Charlotte Motor Speedway. They're lean, they're mean, they're 5 to 7 horses, a man and machine. They're 4 wide before they start to slip and slide. The Coast to Coast Racing League 350A Modifieds, Pro Late Models, and the 360 Sprint Cars.
We are live on the Coast to Coast Racing Network from Monday Night Madness here, sponsored by Extreme Esports TV. I am Zach Chapman here with Shaggy TV, and normally, Marty calls the show here, does the intro, but my friend Marty, we'll hear him jump in probably sometime here in the heat races, I would think. Running a little bit behind schedule is the man who normally calls the show here, but he will be here with us tonight, that's for sure. Just not too sure exactly when, but we're here at USA International Speedway here for the first of 3 races here on Monday Night Madness. And well, right now we got we've had a couple more people join here. You're not seeing them pop up because they haven't put in lap times yet, but we have 27 cars right now in the field. So we will be sending some cars home here. We'll be running a B main tonight. Let's see who we got on the track here in this other session. Got Brian Dickens out here in the 122. A North Carolina native. He's a guy who, you know, pretty familiar to that podium, but in these past couple, this last season at least, you know, struggling a little bit, not getting there like he normally would. That place used to be home for that 21, 22, but you know, this league, it's really expanded. They've gotten a lot of good guys in it over the years, so you know, I even won a championship in here, but man, you win a championship, no slight at the guys, you win a championship about 4 years ago when I did, 5 years ago. It's a way different ball game than it is now. The list is expanded. The talent is through the roof. I mean, guys that were in the league back then have done nothing but improve since then. So really impressive to see what Roger Craig and, well, all the guys here coast to coast have been able to put together here. It's quite the phenomenal run. They've done an excellent job babysitting us here throughout the week. I know it's not always easy, but top-notch group here in coast to coast, that's for sure. Let's see if we can find that 513. He is on the track. Jeff Barker's out here. Man, Jeff has a habit of doing that. That's hilarious. Literally right when I click on him, and there's no way he could know that, even if he's got the broadcast up, because there's a little bit of a stream delay. That's hilarious. Every time I click on the Brewerton Beast, he decides it's time to take that thing to the pits. Here is Bud Molyneux here. He's going to pull off going down the backstretch too. He's decided enough's enough. Let's go back to Dino here. Watch Dino bring it down into turn one. See, see that thing? It's really hopping now. Those guys, it's right on board with Dean. Maybe he'll go through 1 and 2 that same path. But man, these things are really skipping, almost like jumping rope there. As you transition through the middle of turn 1 into turn 2. Let's see if it happens again. There you go. You see the front tire. I mean, boom, 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 boom. I mean, that thing is really bouncing. You can almost just feel it if you crank that sound up. Pretty crazy here what they're going to have to deal with. And, you know, that's not going to smooth out. It's only going to get more exciting here for those guys as they enter into that turn. Really watch that thing bounce up and down here. 79 going to pull it off, take a little break. Let's follow Kurt Schatz here. Kurt was behind him on the track. Superman here. At 218. Took the cape off right now. He's running around that bottom side. Kurt is one of those guys who normally likes to go upstairs. But, you know, right here, point proven, if the bottom will open up, I mean, he'll take it, he'll experiment with it. But definitely not Kurt's cup of tea, I would say. He likes to really let that thing hang out around the outside. Like I said, I kind of got thrown into this here, so we're going to get a little iRacing Insider here. I don't like how zoomed out that was. We're going to rezoom this one. Didn't know I was doing this until real late, so like I said, my apologies here. But we want to get these right. We want to make them look good in the show. Let's move on up to Bud. He'll be our test subject. This one looks pretty good. Thought I'd move them all around. That's what I wanted. I wanted a little more zoom here through this corner, and I think we got that there. It's pretty good. Yeah. All right. So we're gonna say we like that here. No, this is the one we didn't like. That's the one we didn't like, ladies and gentlemen. So we need to zoom that one in a little closer because it'll take off on the backstretch there. But we appreciate you being our test dummy here. Bud is move on to Brian Dickens for that here now. Coming up here, it is 7 o'clock, so I'm sure the guys are probably getting their driver's meeting, being told to behave here, and well, any minute should be rolling into qualifying. So seconds here. Experiment with the bottom in 3 and 4. He's going to slide up a little bit, though, so a little bit more of a slider line. Not a wicked slider, not a slider line, not floating it out to the wall, but somebody who is you're definitely going to have to keep your eye on here. Let's see if we can find... Is Anthony Morano out there on the track anywhere? Oh, thanks, Anthony. When I click on Anthony, he's going to pull off. He says, Zach, I don't need you. Don't need you, Shaggy. Randall Roberts here in the 66. It's a new name to me. Not sure if Randall's running here before, but you see that green change to white up there. That means that flag's waving. Practice is over, and we are going to get ready to roll into qualifying here this evening. So you guys know the drill. Same deal as Marty. Green is your personal best sector at the bottom. Yellow, you do not want yellow. That's sad. That's slow. Slower than your personal best. What you really want is that purple. Purple's fastest out of anybody in the room, and I think here the first person to pull off here is going to be that Philly Flyer, Trevor Giroux. So let's see what Trevor's got in the 75 here as he's getting ready to come to the green flag. Let's watch those colors here. This is when they're going to start to matter a little bit. The 75 rips it down the backstretch. Floats it through 3 and 4, maybe a little higher than he wanted right now. Brandon Templeton with that purple. You know what that means? He's probably going to that quick time pole right now. But the Philly Flyer, he's going to take it, but not for long. Because this man, Harold Klump, in that 2 machine, he had something to say. Quick time for the 2, final time around. Let's see if we can get Harold's stuff to pop up on the bottom here. Haven't seen what kind of lap he's on. Trevor did improve through Sector 2, but slower through Sector 1. Anthony Morano, purple through Sector 2. Not going to be enough. Let's see, Bud Molyneux here. Currently 10th place, coming around on his final lap through 3 and 4. Bud Molyneux, you see there, yellow, does not improve. Isaac Salas on his first lap lands himself P7. Dylan Kinsey on his first lap lands himself P5. We'll watch Isaac finish this lap, and then we'll go to Dylan. Isaac was quicker through Sector 1. Here through Sector 2, let's see. Slower, yellow, does he improve? No, and that's going to do it. Everybody's out of time here at USA Speedway. If you don't go out early and take your lap, it's a big disadvantage. My apologies there. I was having a little bit of computer issues. Couldn't get a window to open up, but hey man, we're back, and we're going to get ready to show you that starting grid here for heat race number 1. Starting on the pole. In the 213, Michael Vitale into his outside. Brian Dickens in the 122 inside of row number 2. Harold Klump in the 2. Trevor Giroux in the 075 into his outside. Harold Klump in the 2. Inside of row number 3, Ludwig Buisson. That's what I'm going to go with. Ludovic, Ludovic, you're going to have to come in here and correct me in an intermission one time. Tell me how to pronounce that, because Lord knows I ain't doing it right. But the mayor, Stephen Bixler, is outsider. Or actually, we'll come up with a nickname for that 72 here pretty fast. But rounding out the field here tonight then in that 25 machine, Gary Sigelkow. Because we are going to go around, nope, pace car is going to pull in. I forgot where that pulled in. The green flag is high. It's ready to fly. Racing is underway at Monday Night Madness here at USA International Speedway. We're racing. Whoa! Vitale hit at that grass a little bit too much. Went for a wild ride here. But as for now, Trevor Giroux here with a little bit of contact there between him and Steve Bixler, I believe. Steve Bixler here doing enough to hold on to P3. Harold Klump started fourth up to second, trying to go to work here, trying to get the lead early. Messed up there a little bit in the exit of 1 and 2. Lost a lot of time. Trying to get it back here on the 213 is going to try and stay in this camera a little bit as you see they're racing the 072 here of LB looking low on the 75. And the 075 right behind them. 3 cars here fighting for one spot. Meanwhile, last time around, Michael Vitale, he did have the fastest lap of the heat, but Trevor Giroux there in the 075 able to get back to P4. 5 to go here. It's a long race here as he throws the short slider. Contact with the 75 of Steve Bixler. He's going to lose 1, 2 spots. But LB there in the 072, he gets into the wall. And now he's got the 122 of Brian Dickens looking low. Brian Dickens able to get around. So the 072, one mistake, he's going to lose a bunch of spots. Back up front here, Harold Klump slowly been trying to dip into that lead here, but Michael Vitale, mistake-free racing up front for that 213. Down 3 more times around. We'll watch them drive off here with the sunset in the background. Look at them 3 wide. Still leads them. Coming out of 3 and 4, looking to get 2 to go this time by. Let's watch them come to the line here. You see they're racing in the back. Steve Bixler and LB here. LB looking low here with 2 to go. Gets a little tight there after clipping the grass. Steve Bixler climbs up the hill to give him room, and no harm, no foul. Steve's not going to be able to pull away as much as he would have liked, but no contact, and they live to race another day. Michael Vitale here coming to get that white flag one more time around. Started up front, wants to finish up front, knows how important that front row starting spot is here for your feature. And Michael Vitale, final time through 3 and 4. Gonna go up here to the flag stand, watch him get that checkered flag, and heat race number 1 is won by the 213 of Michael Vitale, followed by Harold Klump, Trevor Giroux, Brian Dickens, Steve Bixler, and Ludovic Buisson. Telling you, I'm gonna get it. Gonna get it. Gonna get it. Not tonight, but I'm gonna get it. Here as we get ready to roll for heat race number 2. Starting order is going to look like this. On the pole in the 833, Bud Molyneux, and is outside the Ant-Man, Anthony Morano. Inside of row number 2, the 31 of Brandon Templeton, and is outside the Brewerton Beast, Jeff Barker. Inside of row number 3, Superman Kurt Schatzer in the 218, and is outside in the 171, Jake Henry. Rounding out the field tonight in that 118 machine, we've got Logan Wentz. Here's heat race number 1. You know, it showed. I mean, we want to amp this up here, but at USA early on in these heats, it's going to be a little hard to pass, especially in the small blocks. You need somebody to kind of get up off that line here to have success. So right now, passing, not the easiest. You saw it pretty much happens when the guy in front gets stuck on the bottom or gets a little bit too aggressive there trying to make a pass. But for right now, these drivers, you got to play with the hand you're dealt, and the green flag is high. It's ready to fly. We're underway for heat race number 2. Bud Molyneux there protects the bottom in 1 and 2, but what's that going to do? It's going to leave the top shelf open for the Ant-Man here, and he's going to take the lead going down the backstretch going into turn 3. Anthony Morano, he said, man, if you're not going to slide up in front of me, Well, you know, I got to take it here. And now Brandon Templeton, he looks to the bottom as we go down the front stretch. Can he throw a big move into 1 and 2? Got to stick it on the bottom. Not enough room for a slider. There's the 32 still there. And Bud Molyneux able to get a run going on the high side and close off that 31. But the 31 right back to it here. B-Town loves that bottom through 3 and 4. Almost rubs the inside wall as he's searching for all the grip he can. He's got to send it in there. Trims the grass here a little bit. Gets the lawnmower out. Bud Molyneux with the crossover. Textbook here. Can he throw it back going into 3? Brandon Templeton goes high, waiting for the crossover, trying to counter back under, but Bud Molyneux, he keeps it on the bottom. He said, Brandon, man, if you think you can make it work, so can I, brother. I know that bottom works here in 3 and 4. I'm going to go down and protect. Jeff Barker here, still in 4th place, was looking maybe there at Brandon Templeton, but just can't get a run off, and now he's got Superman all over his rear end. Kurt Schatzer, he's got that cape on. He's back on the high side. Countering back here low. We're halfway, 4 to go. Kurt Schatzer here with a big send into turn 1. Not sure if there was contact there. May have been, as Jeff Barker's car really didn't like that hard into the back stretch wall. He's going to drop to the back here. He's going to lose 3 spots. Getting 3 to go here for your guys up front. As Anthony Morano took the lead from this man, Bud Molyneux, on lap number 1 and hasn't really looked back. He's slowly been extending that gap, and Brandon Templeton, he's reeling in that 883. He's running out of time, coming out of 4, gonna have 2 more laps to get it done, so B-Temp knows he's probably got to go to this top shelf here. The 883 is protecting the bottom. Brandon, it's just such a long way around here in 1 and 2. He wants to make that thing sing, but with this 358 in it, just can't find that horsepower there through 1 and 2. Goes back to the bottom in 3 and 4. White flag in the air for Anthony Morano. Anthony Morano, we said it earlier, got out front, lap number 1. Well, no reason to look in that rearview mirror. Nobody's had the speed the Ant-Man has had right now, and with final time coming around, Bud Molyneux there, he had spun on that final lap. Not too sure what happened there, but Ant-Man, heat race number 2 winner, followed by B-Temp, Kurt Schatzer, Logan Wentz, Jake Henry, Jeff Barker, and Bud Molyneux. Let's see if we can go back and let's see if we can see what happened. Oh, a little bump there from the 31, enough to send him around, and tough break there for Bud Molyneux. As we get ready for heat race number 3. Bring up that starting grid for you here. Starting on the pole, the 7 of Bob the Good into his outside. Number 35, Daddy's Money, Connor Ross. Inside of row number 2 in the 5 machine. Slide Job, Isaac Salsa Salas into his outside in the 639, Dylan Kinsey. Inside of row number 3 in the 79, we've got Dean Reynolds into his outside in the 83. That we have the Spider Monkey. Rounding out the field in that 247 machine, we have Michael Vecchio. As the field gets ready here to roll away for heat race number 3. Should have one more heat left here this evening. I'll tell you what, that is a stretch. I wouldn't put that on anyone here. Right now, got to keep an eye on that 35 of Connor Ross. If he's able to do the same thing that Anthony Morano did, it should be not necessarily an easy win, but, just try to walk away, protect that line. Bob the Good at the same time. He's got to get aggressive through 1 and 2. He's got to throw that slider. He's got to get up to the top. But the pace car is off. The green flag is high. It's ready to fly. Let's go play in the clay at USA International Speedway. Heat race number 3 is underway. As they roll off into 1 and 2 here. Connor Ross not with a good jump. Bob the Good able to slide right up in front of him. Connor's looking to go to the bottom here. Nope, thinks best of it. Lifts off. Tucks in line. Probably a good idea here for the 35. 7 of Bob the Good leads lap number 1. And pressure's on here. Dean Reynolds, he's up 2 spots. He's making the bottom work. But right now, Isaac's trying to take one of those spots back as Dino gets a little bit sideways, slaps his teammate in that 639. Dylan Kinsey able to keep him rolling. That could have been bad there for the 639, but he's able to recover and able to keep on going there as drives in a little deep, almost gets back into the back of the 79 there is to say, hey man, remember me here as Dylan Kinsey's getting back to the outside here as we go into 3 and 4. Trying to make a run on that top shelf, but right now on the bottom of 3 and 4, there's still a lot of tack, so Dino making it work. Here's where it's been advantage high side here is they're side by side, entering into 1 and 2. Real slick there on the bottom. Dino can't get in the accelerator. Meanwhile, Dylan's able to slam into that loud pedal, and he screams by on that high side. Bob the Good here, a little contact with the 35 of Connor Ross, and Bob the Good goes around. Isaac Salas involved. Michael Vecchio in, but he's able to keep on rolling. Isaac Salas not able to keep on going. Has to tow. Bob the Good rolls, but the 35 of Connor Ross takes advantage. And after the slight contact there, he's your winner here, or leader here at the halfway point, excuse me. 3 to go. Dylan Kinsey now, all of a sudden, he found himself battling with Dino back there for that final transfer spot. Now finds himself in P2 after Isaac Salas and Bob the Good involved. Dino as well there going around that top shelf. He watched it work for Dylan. He's going to try to pull one out of that 639's playbook. And here comes Dean Reynolds on the top shelf. High, wide, and handsome is that 79. Look at him singing. Up to P2, Dino goes. Connor goes back to the bottom, and I think that could end up being a mistake here for the 35. What kind of run does the 79 here get as the white flag's in the air final time around? Dean Reynolds back upstairs here into 1 and 2. Almost draws even with that rear bumper of the 35. As we go into 3 and 4 for the last time, Connor Ross kisses the backstretch wall. Dylan Kinsey hooked up on the bottom out of nowhere. Where did Dylan come from? Takes over P2. Side by side, a little contact there with Dino. Beats Dino to the line. Connor Ross, heat race number 3 winner. Followed by Dylan Kinsey, Dean Reynolds, Brandon Dittmer, Michael Vecchio, Bob the Good, and Isaac Salas. Dylan Kinsey came out of nowhere on that final lap. Hell of a move by the 639. As we get ready here for your 4th and final heat race of the evening, let's bring up that starting grid. Starting on the pole is the 007 James Bond, Samuel Bachman, and his outside in that 011, Randall Dixon. Inside of row number 2, Soupy Dan McLaren, and his outside, Old Butters, Jason Butterfield. Inside of row number 3 in that 444, Scott Rayome, and his outside in the 014, GJ Boydell. Rounding out the field this evening, but not making the call here. Looks like Randall Roberts in that 66, so we'll have a chance here in the B main if he'd like to give it a shot and come back out, but probably not much of a chance here of getting a top 4 spot after missing that starting grid, that's for sure. As we go down the back stretch here, let's see if we can't park it in the corner here. Watch them roll by. It should change for us. There we go. As the pace car gets ready to pull off here, the green flag is high. And boy, you know it's ready to fly at USA International Speedway. Heat race number 4 underway. Oh, 3 wide there for P2. Dan McLaren on the bottom. Started third. Going to run there here coming off at turn 2. He's got to get up. He's got to shut the door in front of Butters in the 93. Samuel Bachman able to hold that lead, though, after starting there. Good move. Held the bottom. Slid up there. He leads lap number 1. Randall Dixon right in tow with 2 hungry cars right behind him. And here comes Greg Boydell on the bottom. He goes on the bottom, but that opened the door for my homie Scott Rayomi there in that 444. He's making that top shelf work. He's trying to get on the high side of that 93, and it looks like he's got just enough momentum there to carry him out of 4 to throw that move. Jason Butterfield going to go up there, try to shut the door, though, in 1 and 2. Rayom going to try to get that thing to scream upstairs, but just can't do it. Randall Dixon here, not having any luck running down your leader, just doing enough here to hold his own. As Dan McLaren, you're seeing him behind, experiment, driving it a little higher, countering underneath, trying to do a little diamond in the corners. Got to get a run on this 011 any way he can. He's clearly got a quick hot rod, but man, what do they say? Catching somebody is one thing, passing them's another, and this is the perfect example of that. Right now, Butters and Dan McLaren just kind of stuck in the mud here at USA International. Halfway home, we got 4 to go. Dan with a big run. He wasn't lifting out of that. He gives him a little kiss here, and now that the 93 of Jason Butterfield, he can go in there and get a run. Is he going to go up and try to close the door? Or throw a slide job, excuse me. He can't. Dan drove it in really deep. He's going to have to try to get back up high here before that 4 of Scott Rayom comes in. Here he comes looking low. We're going to see if he can't try to make something on the bottom work here. They're almost 3 wide for a second. Scott Rayom, a little contact. Able to save it and keep on rolling. Samuel Bachman coming out of turn 4 here, getting 2 to go here. You see 2 fingers in the air, 2 more times around. Soupy looking to the outside here finally of Randall Dixon. He's going to have enough here, I think, coming out of 2 to get this thing done. He does. He clears them before they even enter the corner here. Randall kind of saw the writing on the wall here. Dropped in line. White flag in the air. Final time around. Dan McLaren here sends it deep into turn 1. Runs real low. Doesn't want to feel any pressure from behind. The only battle we have on the track here right now is for third. You guys are both in the show. Behave, be smart here. Scott Rayom going to the top shelf. Leader coming out of 4. Final time. Checkers in the air. Samuel Bachman, heat race number 4 winner. Followed by Dan McLaren, Randall Dixon, Scott Rayom, Greg Boydell, Jason Butterfield, and Randall Roberts. Here as we get ready for the B main. Let's see here. Let's do a little bit of math, Shaggy. 4 times 4. Carry the 1. Blah, blah, blah. Let's say 16 here. 16. 24 minus 16. That's 8. All right. That's 8. I'm pretty confident. We're taking 8. So if Randall Roberts grids here, we're going to send 4 home. If not, we will just... sending 3 home, but right now 3 cars haven't gridded that I see, now 2. But let's bring up that starting grid here for tonight's B main. Taking 8 to the feature on the pole, the mayor Steve Bixler, and his outside in the 171 Jake Henry. Michael Vecchio in the 247 rolls off on the inside of row number 3 into his outside GJ Greg Boydell. Inside of row number 3, the 072 of Ludovic Buisson. Into his outside, the Brewerton Beast, Jeff Parker. Inside of row number 4, the 7 of Bob the Good. Into his outside, Butters, Jason Butterfield. Inside of row number 5, in the 025, Gary Sigelcow. Into his outside, Bud Molyneux. Isaac Salas on the inside of row number 6, and rounding out the field, Randall Roberts. But once again, not making the call here is Randall Roberts, so Only 11 on the grid. Sending 3 home. So that's a funky camera there, but the mayor here, he leads a whole town in Iowa. Why shouldn't he lead a B main to the green flag? As the green flag is high, it's ready to fly. 3 go home. 8 stay to play. Let's go racing at USA International Speedway as there's contact right away. Butters able to keep on rolling. Everybody good as of now. Oh, that was scary. As right now, that man in the final transfer spot is Bud Molyneux in that 883. And he's working on Bob the Good here for 7th. Wants to get one more spot to the good here in Buttersfield. Butters there. He just moved himself into a transfer spot going 3 wide. And now Bob the Good, he's the odd man out here. Man, everybody came to play at USA. Isaac Salas had to go to the top shelf here in that 5. He's doing a little salsa dancing on the high side. Is Michael Vecchio, excuse me. He comes up and shuts the door, but he gets a little tight. Opens up the door. That 5 goes in the middle, 3 wide. He's in that final transfer spot. Michael Vecchio now in 9th finds himself the odd man out. Bob the Good had to get on the binders after a little Michael Vecchio hiccup here. So Bob the Good, that's going to be unfortunate. Without some luck here, that's going to be the end of Bob's night here. Let's keep our eye on this final transfer spot here. Isaac Salas not taking it easy, racing like it's the last lap of the feature, going harder, going home, slider on that 883. Bud Molyneux trying to come back. Bud Molyneux in that charcoal machine going downstairs there in 1 and 2. Gonna keep it down there though. What kind of run can he mount? Gonna have to fall in line here. Is Isaac Salas looking to go outside. Or inside, excuse me. Shoots under the 014 of Greg Boydell. Oh no, gets into Butterfield. Butterfield able to do a 360 and keep on rolling. But now Bob the Good never gave up. Finds himself in the final transfer spot with 4.5 laps left to go. This is the gap here. Let's go to Bob the Good in that yellow machine. We're going to keep an eye on this. As these guys up front, you know, that's the last thing. Butters is Isaac's teammate. That's the last thing Isaac wants to do there. But, you know, at the end of the day, I mean, that's a hat Isaac's got to wear here. He's not going to be happy with himself. And, you know, he may have cost his teammate here a chance at a feature. Jake Henry, haven't given him much thought. He's been leading this thing pretty convincingly here. Started 2nd, got the lead early, and well, he's just been out front. Steve Bixler, he's the man who started out front. Isaac Salas looking to his downstairs here in the basement, trying to finish this off. Steve ain't gonna lift here. They rub a little bit going down the front stretch. 2 to go. Let's see here. Let's go find him. There's Bob. There's Jason. Can Jason mount a charge here? As we're going to go on board here this whole final lap of the B main. If anything exciting happens, we are going to be in the cockpit with Butters here. One more time around, Butters. If you got anything, you got to go now, brother. See the leaders taking the checkers here. Everyone's behaving in front. Final time through 3 and 4. And, well, Butters, man, he's not going to be very happy with that 5 as he's going to be the first car to go home. Jake Henry, Ludovic Buisson, Jeff Barker, Steve Bixler, Isaac Salas, Bud Molyneux, Greg Boydell, Bob the Good. They all move on. Butterfield, Sigelcow. Well, you guys gotta come play again another day here. We're gonna take a real quick break here. roll into warm-ups, and we will be right back with your feature action, so stick around.
For another edition of RSN Trackside, powered by Bob Johnson Auto Group on Rock Sports Network. Gets on the champion, trying to be a bit of a hiatus. So let's get
right when we talked about it.
And we are back here on the Coast to Coast Racing Network here. It's almost that time here for a little bit of feature action right on that 5. There's a front end, he's sitting on pit road. Isaac can't do his buddy up in the booth any favors. But right now, B-Temp at the top of the speed charts with that 23:03. Isaac Salas, Anthony Morano behind him. Rounding out the top 3, Sam Bachman and Daddy's Money round out the top 5. So should have a pretty good show here. I would be shocked if we didn't have a couple cautions, just because you're going to see guys fighting for territory coming off the ladder. That's just calling a spade a spade. That's what it's going to be here. A lot of guys, you saw how slick it is there on the exit of 1 and 2, and you do not want to be down there right now, that's for sure. So if you find yourself down there, you are the odd man out, and well, good luck to you. Let's get ready. Let's bring up this starting grid here for tonight's feature event, sponsored by Regency Home Inspections. It's going to look like this. Michael Vitale in that 213 starting on the pole, into his outside, the Ant-Man Anthony Morano. Inside of row number 2, Daddy's Money Connor Ross, into his outside, the 007 James Bond Samuel Bachman. Inside of row number 3, the 2 of Harold Klump. It is outside, B-Temp, Brandon Templeton. Dylan Kinsey rolls off on the inside of row number 4, and it is outside, Soupy Dan McLean. Inside of row number 5, you got the Philly Flyer, Trevor Giroux, and it is outside, Superman Kurt Schatzer. Inside of row number 6, Dean Reynolds, and it is outside, the 011 of Randall Dixon. Ryan Dickens rolls off in that Baker's Dozen spot, into his outside, Logan Wentz in the 118. The Spider Monkey Brandon Dittmer rolls off on the inside of row number 8, and it is outside, Scott Rayone. I don't like how many that skipped there. We don't like that. We don't like going back that many either. Inside of row number 9, that 171 of Jake Henry, and it is outside, Ludovic Buisson in that 072 machine. The Bruton Beast rolls off P19, and it is outside, the Mayor Steve Bixler, rolling off on the inside of row number 12. Salsa, a.k.a. Slide Job, Isaac Salas. To his outside, Bud Molyneux. Rounding out the field tonight, that 014 of G.J. Boydell and the 7 of Bob DeGood here. As we should have a good one. Like I say, don't get discouraged if you're out there watching. Make it a caution or two here as guys learn each other's lifting points here through 1 and 2. 24 cars on this tight track. Sometimes it's asking a lot, but I'm telling you, we're going to have a good finish. It's going to be a hell of a race here. Hell of a start to Monday Night Madness here. As Michael Vitale in that 213, he's not shy from that top podium step. Don't be surprised if the 213 holds on and wins this thing, but my pick of the night here. Man, that low-hanging fruit right to his outside, the Ant-Man Anthony Morano. I think he's going to be that guy who we're talking to last on that top step there in victory lane. You see the field. 24 cars get ready to roll off here at USA International Speedway. Let's go play in the clay here. Lap number 1 of 30 is underway. Michael Vitale leads us to the green flag. Anthony Morano, though, with that good jump there, he tries to let it hang. His Full Throttle Motorsports teammate Samuel Bachman had to lift out of getting into him, but there Anthony Morano setting sail out front here. As Samuel Bachman, he's looking to join the show there on the high side. Can Michael Vitale get up and shut the door? No, he's going to leave it open. The Ant-Man leads lap number 1. Contact in the back of the field was that Dean Reynolds. It was who got sent down to the bottom here. He's going to hold on. But right now on the bottom, 3 wide here. Isaac Salas and Brandon Dittmer to the outside. Dino started in 11th, back to 18th. Definitely had a hiccup of some kind. I saw cars bouncing around there on the front stretch. Tough break for him here, but B-Temp, look at him going, making a big boy move. Tried to go 2 for 1, is going to end up getting none here, but man, he really put the boots on there and tried to go to work here. As now Michael Vitale started on the pole, having to try to battle here to stay on the podium, but Brandon Templeton, too much steam, he's got it at the line. Back in the pack here, the Philly Flyer, Trevor Giroux. Let's go upstairs, let's get an expanded look here. Let's see if we can get a zoom out of any battles. We see Connor Ross here. Right now, Dylan Kinsey is on his outside, but we see caution is out on the speedway, and I believe possibly Dean Reynolds and Logan Wentz involved in an accident. Let's see if we can see what happened here. So Brandon Dittmer right now on the bottom. Oh, okay, so it starts up in front. We need to go back to this, but then we need to find Logan Wentz here. See what we can find what happened. So Scott Rayom gets a little sideways. Bud Molyneux tries to go down low. I mean, he just couldn't go anywhere. Logan gets into the back end of him. Does Bud get into the inside wall here? Is he able to hang on to it? Bud Molyneux with a save, but Ludovic Buisson here, he goes for a wild ride. Oh my gosh. We're gonna ride on board here with Ludwig, sorry. It's gonna be a wild ride here. Goes for a ride over and over and over, ends up in the infield. And he's just got a toe, so a mix-up in front of him, and I believe in, well, at least his debut for me. I wasn't here last Monday. That's my apologies. I normally am, but I'm going to, in Shaggy's coast-to-coast debut, that's a tough break there for that 072. And Buisson, I'll tell you what, man, I was rooting for you. Not sure if you're familiar with that driver's list, but you're probably mad at me because I have that 72 on my race here. I'm the 72. So I was low-key rooting for you here, buddy, but sometimes it's bad luck here to have the broadcaster rooting for you. And if Anthony Morano knew that I was rooting for him, he may be a little upset with me, but, you know, I see a bunch of people out there watching, so Let me know in the chat box who you're rooting for. Hit that thumbs up button. Hit that subscribe button. Don't miss a show. Here's Coast to Coast. We try to put on a good show pretty much almost every night of the week, but Friday here, the work week. So if you like racing, we got something going on for you. But the green flag is high. It's ready to fly. The 32 is ready to play. Racing is underway. Anthony Morano here with a good start, able to easily slide up. Who is that in trouble here? Scott Rayome. I believe there Jeff Barker lost the left front on that machine. He did. Caution is out once again. You know, I tried to be real with everyone. You know, this told you this was probably coming. Stuff's gonna happen here. It looked like it maybe started here with the 5 of Isaac Salas. Let's see that blue and orange machine here, that Gettysburg Bullets looking thing. I told him that's my my college colors around here. So Scott Rayome's got to check up. Maybe got into the back of Trevor Giroux. But there's even stuff going on in front of them. And Isaac gets into the back of Rayome. Rayome goes down. That's Brian Dickens there, goes up in the air. Isaac ends up still going for a ride in that 5. Did land on all 4s though, so we'll be able to go into the pits and get the pit repair. But like I say, that's just guys, you know. I mean, virtually exactly what I said. You know, I may know what I'm talking about, but it's one thing to be able to sit up here and talk about it. It's another thing to be able to do it in that race car. And you know, when you're in there racing, you want to be aggressive. You really want to push the envelope. And that's just what you're seeing. Guys in front, they got to lift for the guy in front of them. And the guy behind them just maybe trying to make up extra ground that they weren't going to have to make, not realizing that the car in front of them was having to lift. So it's just a product of 2 things happening. Can't really put it on the guy like you would in a highway accident, the guy in the back. That's not necessarily the way it is. It's just, you know, you're having to check up. He's driving a little more aggressive. So. Product of USA International Speedway. That's all I can say. Here's we go down the backstretch. Lights are off. Should be going green this time by here. Pace car should be pulling off. We're going to go up to that flag stand here as Anthony Morano gets ready to bring us back to the green flag one more time, and they are almost 3 wide at the line. Look at them. My, oh my, let's go back here into the action. Everybody so far behaving themselves, I believe. No, the spider monkey goes around. No caution yet. Whoa! Oh no! So much stuff oh my gosh. So much stuff to unpack here. We've got to go way back to where I think before this accident happened. We do. So this was something that's actually totally different here. Let's go over the brain. We saw what happens to Logan. See if we can go. We're going to go up into the aerial cam here. Let's see what happens. If we can break it down, if it happens ahead. So cars are getting in the wall there. You see Connor Ross got into the wall. Dylan Kinsey got into the wall. Brandon Dittmer does as well. He goes around. Let's see here. And then I believe Bud Molyneux here. He just gets nailed. That car, who nails him? Is that Harold Klump? So we're going to go back. We're going to find where this started. We're going to go find Harold Klump. And we're going to watch what originally happened. So he gets into the outside wall. That right front, you can see it bouncing. Right front's broke. He doesn't know. He's cranking that to the left. And, oh, man, Bud Molyneux just I mean, he just gets pancaked into the wall. Well, you know, maybe a war of attrition here is, let's take a look. That 35, that right front does not look healthy on that thing. We saw him get into the wall too. Maybe it feels like it's steering well enough to stay out there, but for how long will he be able to hold on in that thing? And you got to think the 32 here, he's got a quick car. He's probably a little more frustrated than anything. He's got the ability to probably set the pace here and walk away a little bit. As viewers here on the Coast to Coast Racing Network, they are familiar to seeing the Ant-Man up front. That 32 got speed in almost anything he gets in. This pace car, I believe, gonna go off here. This time they are. We're single file, and maybe that'll make the boys behave here. We're gonna stay up in this camera here till everybody crosses the line. Looks like they're all behaving there into turn one. Let's go stationary here for a little bit. Let's enjoy these racetrack sounds. Watch these guys battle here. You see Brandon Templeton, or Dan McLaren, excuse me, focus on him. There he goes. He's that first car to really send it up high. So let's watch the field. Isaac Salas there in trouble coming out of the field. You see him real low going down the backstretch. The Spider Monkey there really letting it sing up along. Guys kissing that little Randall Dixon. You see him in that orange machine getting into it. Soupy trying to go up and make us have to buy into the camera here. Brandon Dittmer. I mean, these guys are really getting it. Here's, you know, the only real differential here. You see it, guys, some run the bottom, some run the top in 1 and 2. You see here's 1 and 3 and 4. Some guys choose the bottom. So it's about the same, about a 50-50 split. But we're seeing the majority come up to the top in a slider line, and we are under caution here for the 4th time at USA International, and having a tough time seeing who this could be. Let's go see if this is Logan wins, possibly. No, so that's Brandon Dittmer going around, it looks like. The Spider Monkey. We're going to have to go back, change a camera here, excuse me. Whenever these guys jump into pit road, it changes their spot. So I'm trying to find us Brandon Dittmer here. See if we can go back, bring up that yellow flag spot. So Brandon, yeah, him and the 4 get together. He goes around real quick. Look at Bob the Good up and over. So that is our caution. They're all able to end up keep on rolling, but you got to think that 83's probably got a little bit of damage here. So tough break for the Spider Monkey, as he was on his way up through the field. So definitely going to be hard not to hang your head after that one. You know, it's so hard to pass here, and yeah, you're not even a third of the way through, but it just takes so much to be able to get around someone that you don't want to give them away like that. Very hard to get back. We should be, I think, getting ready. Maybe, I think we're 1 to green here. We'll see when this pace car rolls by. Yes, we are 1 to green. Lights are off. Single file here the rest of the way. Guys, we're getting a little too feisty here. I need to calm them down with single file restarts. Once again, shout out to Regency Home Inspections for sponsoring here this evening. It's the 32 of Anthony Morano looks to bring us to the green flag here. The green flag's waving, and the 32 is racing here off into turn number 1. First person to go to that top shelf there is the 31 of Brandon. Templeton. And I think I may have had a friend just join me in here.
I finally made it.
There we go. And, you know, just in time, you missed those cautions at the beginning, Marty. They might be all cautioned out here. We're a third of the way through. 20 to go. Anthony took the lead on lap number 1 and hasn't looked back.
Nice. Well, I need a little bye races, so you keep calling it.
Oh, it sounds good to me here. Connor Ross here. He's trying to work on getting P4 back from Michael Vitale. Michael Vitale kisses that outside wall on the turn entry, and Connor Ross, he's got it here coming out of 4. Back up to P4 for Daddy's money here. That mistake in the beginning, it may have cost him 3 or 4 spots, but he is going back to work here. Let's take a look at that battle for the lead. Those 3 staying pretty close together. The front 2 working a little bit away from that 31 is Brandon Templeton. He's been committed to that top shelf, especially through 3 and 4. We haven't seen anyone else really run that line like him as hard out. He's not going to the bottom at all, throwing that slider line like other guys. He's trying to get that to come in, but pretty committed to that slider line in 1 and 2. But we are under caution once again. Jake Henry involved. Let's see if we can see what happened here. We'll go up to the blimp here. They're 3 wide. Isaac Salas on the top. He pinched Isaac into the wall. Nowhere to go. And, well, Jake bounces off him. Bounces off Randall. He goes around. Keeps rolling straight, but enough for a caution here in USA. And, you know, may feel like Sergio Perez did yesterday. Maybe when he gets out and actually gets to look at the film, he'll realize that, hey, maybe that one was on me. But who knows? But you got to think not much the 5 could do there. Kind of pinched into that outside wall. Let's find the biggest mover right now. It is the 5 of Isaac Salas. Even after being involved in a couple accidents that he's in, all the wheels still look straight. Able to jump up 10 spots, so can't give you an accurate spot here as SDK is jumping around here under the caution. I think it's somewhere around 11th here, memory serves. Look at that, 11th. Bud Molyneux here, the next biggest mover in that 883. He was involved in an accident too earlier as well as we saw, but Harold Klomp started P5 down to 18th. We saw him involved in that big accident down the backstretch. He probably had to use his quick repair because you see that left front tire pretty beat up here. He'd probably love to go in and fix that thing, but with no more quick repairs, not really anything you can do here. His light should go off this time. See Dino there warming up his tires going down the front stretch. We should be going back green here this time. Let's roll down the backstretch here for the final time. The Steve King Foundation pace car will pull off here coming out of turn 4. And for the 6th time tonight in your feature, that 32 will bring us back to the green flag here. As the green flag is high, it's ready to fly. 17 to go here at USA International Speedway. Side by side at the line, Dino's looking low. Trying to go downstairs on Isaac Salas. Below that 122 of Brian Dickens, but now they're 3 wide down the backstretch. So Philly Flyer on the outside here. Isaac Salas sandwiched in the middle. The 075 making up a lot of speed there on the outside of 3 and 4. He's got to hope he gets left some room here as Isaac Salas lifts out Dino by Isaac, Trevor by both of them. Dino's still searching on the bottom through 1 and 2. Isaac Salas with a big run off the 2. He looks to go to the top shelf. Brian Dickens shuts the door on the Philly Flyer. They make contact, enter in turn 3. Brian Dickens gets into the back of Kurt Schatzer. He's got to get lift. Dino gets into the back of him, and Dino loses 4 spots in that 79. Tough break for Dino. Battle for that final podium spot here. Connor Ross trying to run down that 31 of Brandon Templeton, as meanwhile Samuel Bachman here, he's kept that thing as close as he's had it all night. You can't stick a sheet of paper right now in between him and Anthony Morano, as he is just trying to ruffle the feathers of his teammate here, looking low through 1 and 2. Going down the backstretch, he gets back up in line here, but he's got to try something different than Anthony. They're on the same line through 3 and 4, and without that 32 making a little hiccup here, you got to think he's just not going to have time to get around, not going to have room, but here he goes, going to send it into 1 and 2. Anthony with the preferred line on exit. He's going to prevail. Battle is heating up front, though, here. Samuel Bachman decided it's time to challenge his
That time. Yeah, decide it's time. Let's go for it. Here goes Bachman for the lead.
Yeah, man, this is heating up. He stayed in line this whole time, finally going hunting here, but we've seen advantage on the high side here through 1 and 2, just so slick on the bottom there, but Anthony with advantage on the high side.
So tough to see both grooves working really well for both of them. This is really Nora, but because they've been side by side, don't look out. Watch out, Zach. B-Temp's closing in pretty good.
Yeah, those guys battling. Brandon's really been able to hone in here, and Brandon is going to work here, but little mistake there. Now he's kind of reeling back in.
Yeah, Templeton went for that slide job, a little too much of a send. Had to get on the brakes to avoid hitting the 107. 10 to go this time here. Best battle on track, meanwhile, is for 9th. That's Isaac Salas and Scott Rayome.
Yeah, Isaac, he's been fast, Marty, tonight, but he's gotten pinched in the wall. He's kind of been a punching bag here tonight, so he's been trying to find speed where others aren't, and sometimes, here at USA, you're the odd man out if you're up high.
Yeah, you just never know what this track is going to be like. Meanwhile, in front of them, Dylan Kinsey has caught the jokester Michael Vitale for the final spot in the top 5 with 8 laps to go. Kinsey just following him. Let's see if he tries a different line. Up to go the same groove.
Oh, yeah, just tucking in behind him there, trying to ruffle those feathers, make a little mistake. But it's going to take a little bit more than that. Michael Vitale, man, He's a feature winner here in Coast to Coast. He can hold his own with the best here.
Meanwhile, still out in front with 8 to go, the Ant-Man. Gap has stayed consistent, though, over his teammate. 3.5 tenths. Right, it's all going to take right now a mistake, a rare mistake from Morano, and Bachman will be there to try and pass for the win.
Yeah, it's almost like, Marty, they decided amongst themselves, hey, let's line back up, let's pull back away from Brandon, and maybe with a couple laps to go here, we can go at it, because they clearly have the speed, but when you run side by side, they don't want to bring that 31 of Brandon Templeton back into the picture.
And who knows what is going to happen here in these final laps. Anything can happen. We're just hoping that it stays, what. Meanwhile, we got a change for a couple of positions here. Kurt Schatzler challenging Trevor Giroux for 6th, but Giroux able to clear. Meanwhile, contact between Rayome and Salas in the battle for the 8th, and slide job Scott. He thought about putting a slide job on slide job.
Yeah, just wasn't enough room there with Superman right in front of him. Here goes Isaac downstairs going into 3 and 4, so looks like they're 3 wide for a second there as they enter 3.
We got a challenge for the lead, meanwhile, with 4 to go, Zach. Bachman has closed in on Morano. The gap was under 0.2 of a second, and Bachman's trying everything to look low.
Yeah, he just, his move's going to have to be, he's been a little bit better than Morano in 3 and 4. He's got to suck to that low wall here like you see him doing and just get that drive off. But Anthony did an excellent job there of, maybe not running as low as Sam, but just not messing up enough to really open that door. But there it goes. Can't do it.
And Morano nearly got way too high off of turn 2, which could have opened the door big time for Bachman. 2 sticks coming in the air this time, 2 to go. FTM trying to win it. Bachman looking for bite off of turn 4. That time doesn't work. It's half a car length.
Yeah, and you said it, 2 to go here. So if Sam's got anything, he's got to throw the kitchen sink. He's running out of time. It's so hard to pass here. You're not going to get it done in just one turn. It's going to take 2 to work on him. So, Sam, you got to get a drive off 3 and 4 here, man. The white flag, I can smell it. It's in the air.
Bachman's trying everything to look low. Morano's got him clear. If Bachman wants it, he's got to have to go get it. It's going to have to take a lot of sense, but Morano can send it just as easily.
And you got to think, early in the season, nobody's thinking points yet. They all want wins. So how aggressive do you get in 3 and 4, Marty?
Bachman defense. Look to me, Morano defense. They're coming to you, Zach. Checkers wave.
Checkered in the air. Anthony Morano gets it done for the first race, Monday Night Madness. Samuel Bachman second. Brandon Templeton rounds out that podium. Michael Vitale fourth, and Dylan Kinsey your top 5. Let me see who got that hard charger. Isaac Salas, he ended up racing his way up to P7, and after all the trouble we saw him get in, that is a hell of a drive there for that 5. But let's bring up those feature results here. So we'll show you that top 10. The rest of the top 10, Trevor Giroux 6th, Isaac Salas 7th, Kurt Schatzer 8th, Scott Rayom 9th, Dean Reynolds 10th. The rest of your field, Randall Dixon, Bud Molyneux, Jeff Barker, Harold Klump, Dan McLaren rounding out the top 15, GJ Boydell, Brandon Dittmer, Jake Henry, Ludovic Buisson, 19th, and the Mayor, 20th. Rest of the field, Bob DeGood, Connor Ross, Brian Dickens, and Logan Wentz. But, man, you know, Marty, after they decided to calm down and keep that checkered flag out of the air, the racing got pretty good right there.
It really did, and that was a fun show to watch, that's for sure. And gets me really excited to see, you know, what is going to happen when these sprint cars go to war.
Yeah, as you know, we're gonna have to see if guys like Blake Chapman can get that bottom to hook up, because not much luck here with how slick it gets. But that sprint car, maybe they can hook up that left rear tire next to the grass. But you want to take Brandon, Marty, or you want me to take Brandon here? How you want to do this?
You're the play-by-play guy for tonight. I'll let you take first and third here.
Alrighty. Hey, B-Temp, Shaggy up here, man. You got a copy?
Yeah, I got you.
Well, Brandon, you know, I mean, you're one to call it how it is here, and I think, you know, you probably finished where you should here tonight, P3. You're able to run those guys down when they were battling, but once it's singled out, kind of felt like you simmered out right to where you should. How'd you feel about tonight?
Yeah, I got a little bit one lane, with guys hugging the bottom and kind of doing a slider line a little bit, and it makes it a little bit tough to pass. But I didn't have anything for those guys, the second half of the race. I think like lap 3 or 5 or something like that, I got a little damage touching the inside wall, and I don't know if it affected me or not, but I couldn't really hang with them. So hats off to those guys. They're super talented, and they do a lot of work and run a lot of mods. So it's tough anytime you're just third behind those guys. It's a pretty good deal. So I'm happy with the run.
No, yeah, and especially, I mean, we highlighted here on the broadcast. I mean, you were the only guy there early on trying to rip that high side in 3 and 4, and I mean, you have to feel helpless when you're the only guy doing it. You're really not going to be able to get it to come in, and man, let's face it, without that big block, you just don't have a lot of motor. So when you're the only guy up there doing it, I mean, you're kind of lost there.
Yeah, I just didn't have enough speed up there to carry the momentum around near the wall. But, there was a little bit, it looked really black and slick on the bottom. But, when it gets dark like that, it almost gets cleaned off and regains a little grip. So I think that was the case where you just kind of had to be there in the bottom and find a little traction on exit. And that was the case, but we'll take it.
Well, hey, man, that Dirt Track Bank 31 looked pretty damn good tonight. Who you want to thank?
I got to thank Jay with Dirt Track Bank there in Malvern Bank. He does a lot to support us here and, iRacing, and so that's really cool. Got Your Six Racing Network, Joe Halder, Mission 22, Friday Night Lights, Hammer Down Motorsports, Hammer Down Racing, Brian, Kurt, Joe, Extreme Images, Maley's Makery, Hogan Lawn and Landscapes. You guys for putting on an awesome stream, and everyone with Coast to Coast. Thanks.
Well, hey, hell of a job, Brandon, and good luck the rest of the way, my man.
Thanks.
That's P3, Brandon Templeton. And now we're going to bring up the man. We'll let Marty talk to him here, the man who got so close to his FTM teammate but just couldn't get it done.
Yeah, Sam, I was just about to go there. What more did you need in those final laps for Ant-Man?
Maybe a little different gear and him to slip up just a tad bit more so I could get under him and get by him. every time he kept slipping up, it was just he'd slip up just a little bit, but it wasn't enough for me to get under him and get by him. But I mean, it was a good race, so that was for sure. Both hooked up on the bottom.
I was actually going to go there next because it really seemed like both grooves until, we had that long run going were really working together very well. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would until about late race. I went up there and tried it like 7 to go or whatever, and Anthony just drove away from me, and I was like, "Yep, back to the bottom."
Well, hey, a great run for you tonight. Who do you want to give shout outs to?
All the boys over at FTM, Gunner at Swan Speed Shop, Dean over at Super Dirt Car Series, Expert Installation, you guys for broadcast, and Coast to Coast for putting this on.
Well, great job tonight, and best of luck. I don't know if we'll see you the rest of the night, but if not, best of luck on Thursday.
Thank you.
So Bachman finishing runner-up. Shaggy, we got an excited Anthony Morano in Extreme E-Speed Victory Lane.
Yes, we do. Anthony Morano, Shaggy up here, man. You got a copy?
Hey, Shaggy, what's up, buddy?
Well, I'm happy, man. Normally, everybody I pick to win these damn things, I make crash out. So I'm glad you could get it done here tonight. And, starting on the front row, that made it pretty easy, didn't it?
It definitely helped, especially on the outside front row. Bottom in 1 and 2 was pretty slick on the exit of 2, so definitely helped being able to just keep the car up and attack in the first corner and get a good run out and try to run and hide a little bit.
Yeah, we're watching right now here on the replay when Sam was looking under you there that lap. Were you ever really worried about giving up the bottom, or did you pretty much know you needed that top side, you needed that momentum, you needed that runoff?
I wasn't so worried about coming through 1 and 2. It was more 3 and 4. I wanted the bottom more than anything. I didn't want to be up top in 3 and 4, but I definitely didn't want to be pinched down in 2. But he actually made it work there good one lap, and then the next lap, I don't know if he got on it early and spun the tires and didn't get a good exit, but I cleared him out coming out of 2. So I was a little nervous there because Sam was definitely faster than I was a little bit, but track position paid off on that one.
Yeah, I mean, you know the deal, man. It's one thing to catch a guy and be faster. It's another thing to pass him. And tonight, Anthony, that 32, man, it was just too much to get around. Hell of a job, 30 laps. I know the cautions in the beginning gotta be a little bit frustrating, but at the end of the day, man, you're holding the checkered flag. Who you want to thank?
I gotta thank my wife Sherry, the boys over here at FTM, Swan Speed Shop, Expert Installation, Dean at Super Dirt Car, Logan at High Mom Lens, Bowman's Designs, MDI TV. You guys for doing the broadcast and everyone at Coast to Coast.
Well, hey, hell of a job, Anthony. And you gonna unload a sprint car here tonight?
I'm debating it. I was planning on going to run the opener actually, and a few cautions kind of bummed that one out pretty quick. So we'll see. I'm debating what to do next. So maybe.
Well, I feel you there, Anthony. Man, we hope to have you back, but if not, it's gonna be another big year here for you in the points. I can feel it. Good luck, brother.
Thanks a lot, Shaggy.
And that's going to do it here for the first race. We're going to take a quick little break here on the Coast to Coast Racing Network, and we will be right back with more racing action. Stick around. Don't go anywhere.
it's time for another edition of RSN Trackside, powered by Bob Johnson Auto Group on Rock Sports Network. Gets on the champion, trying to be a
Bit of a hiatus, so let's get. Tonight we'll be talking about it.
Outpouring of love was amazing. These dollars had come together to support us, and we realized, no, we didn't want to use them for us. We wanted to use them to help others.
The foundation has done so much for so many people. It helps any family that has somebody, whether it be a crew member or one of the drivers, that get hurt. We can help them to get through the situation.
I was injured in a non-wing sprint car accident that broke my neck and left me with a spinal cord injury. I was in the hospital 8 months, and that got really, really expensive. So having that extra help to help push me and my family forward was a big deal.
I was involved in a pretty gnarly sprint car crash. Found out my brain was swelling and bleeding. Pelvic bone was broken. I had 2 cracked vertebrae on my back, and I was in the ICU a little over a week. The Steve King Foundation reached out to my parents. We received a donation from them. Immediately, they started me on what's called neurofeedback, and insurance did not cover the neurofeedback appointments. So we received another donation from the Steve King Foundation. It really helped a lot, and I just want to say thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart to the Steve King Foundation for everything that they have done for me. This last Sunday, I got to turn laps in my modified here. That was my first laps back in a race car since the accident, and I truly believe that if it wasn't for the Steve King Foundation, I wouldn't be able to do that or be where I'm at today.
Yes, Steve's death is the reason the foundation exists, but it's Steve's life, and it's the lives of racers everywhere, is the reason we're able to do the work we do.
We're back here on the Coast to Coast Racing Network as we get set to go for the 360 Rebels, and we are looking forward to definitely a good show that they will put on. Rebels always brought to you by our friends at Malcolm's Mills Mill Riding. Marty Sakala finally back with you. Soccer game ran long, unfortunately. The one thing I feared the most, a lot of injuries, a lot of yellow cards and stuff like that. But we made it. Shout out Zach Chapman for covering the Open 358. So we got the sprint cars. Shaggy, don't worry, he's still with me. We got a good one coming up here with the Rebels and the Renegades. The sprint cars at USA, they are fast, but they are fun at the same time.
Yeah, and this is something where we could hear the frustration a little bit in Brandon's voice, not necessarily being able to go to the high side. We're going to see guys be able to do it here, and then some, I think, especially in 1 and 2. It's looking real slick there in the exit in the middle of 1 and 2, so it's going to be tricky.
So the car count tonight is 28. Follow your favorite drivers on the racetrack. Of course, the qualifying mode bar on the bottom of your screen. If it's green, they're working on their best lap. If it's a purple, they are working on their pole lap. Let's watch the driver of the 91. Brand new paint scheme for the Toxic Texan himself, Corey Denson. Now I know when it's him.
Yeah,
So
that's a nice
that's
paint
perfect.
job.
It is perfect. So Denson will be the driver to set the bar here at Lakeland, Florida. Again, let us know who you're rooting for in the chat. As always, we'll give you a shout out live in the air on who you are rooting for. Jason Butterfield is always watching, rooting for Venom Racing. Corey Denson will set the bar here in an 1867. So he checked that you in 1918. Brandon Templeton now the quickest, 1849. Joseph Grandy, though, second quickest in 1867, followed by Brandon Dittmer third in 1889. As the time starts to come in, we'll see a lot of lap times likely improved. Here, number 2. Does anyone move up to the top of the charts? The answer is Grandy improves in 1858. He stays second quick. Lap number 2 for Morano, 1875 to 4th. Stacy Elmore third quickest in the number 307 Inferno Motorsports ride in 1871. Here comes Elmore off of turn number 4. Does he have a much better lap in him that could put him to the top of the charts? We'll have to see. He does it 1891 on lap 2. Brian Moore Jr. just came across the line. A much better lap, 1883. He's up to 5th quickest. Lap 1 for Chad Cote. The Goose clocks in 8th at an 1890. The driver, the number 11, 18895. For the Canadian himself. 10 seconds left here in qualifying.
And sector 2, let's see. Not going to gain a spot, though, but he did improve.
Invalidated lap there on lap number 2, so that won't count. Brian Dickens did not make it to the checkered flag in time. Brandon Templeton, the quickest in qualifying, in 1849. So it is Brian Moore Sr., Ludovic Boussois, and the driver that was 12th quickest qualifying, Isaac Salas, on the pole for each of the 3 heats. So we get set to go for heat race number 1, brought to you by Gambler Motorsports, the official team of the Coast to Coast Racing Network. Brian Moore Sr. on pole position in the number 558. To his outside, it's the Spider Monkey, Brandon Dittmer, in the 83. Row number 2, the Ant-Man, Anthony Morano, in the 32. And it's B-Temp, Brandon Templeton, in the 31. Row 3, it's Soupy, Dan McLaren in the 88, and Zach Neubauer in car number 52. Rounding out the grid, it's Mike Cranmer in car number 70, and making his Monday Night Madness debut with us tonight, Ryder McCutcheon in the 128. A fun-filled heat race coming up here in just a matter of moments. I am probably going to keep my eyes out on row number 2. What about you, Zach?
Yeah, if it's the kid that I'm thinking it is, Ryder made a pretty big statement last week there in the Hometown Heroes. Was pretty good. Was up there mixing it up with Patrick Spangler and them. So from what I hear, he's a young kid, new young gun on the block. I got my eye on that 128.
We'll have to see what happens. Winner starts on pole position here for our 30-lap feature tonight. So glad you could join us here on this Monday night. As it's Brian Moore Sr. and Brandon Dittmer. They'll bring the field to Barney's green flag. Heat race 1 underway at USA. Good jump from Brian Moore Sr. in the 558. Immediately clears Brandon Dittmer second. Brandon Templeton third. Dan McLaren fourth. But Dittmer around the outside moves his way out to the race lead. Moore Sr. sends it in. Doesn't go for the slide job, though. We're 3 wide for the lead. Templeton has to back out of it. The 83 clips to the wall. And Moore Sr. leads lap 1, Shaggy. Here comes Templeton.
Oh, yeah, Brandon. He's got to get on the biters. Wow, what a move from Dan McLaren to sneak around on the I side.
Good move.
In 1 and 2, but not yet 3 and 4, Marty.
And a good move from Anthony Morano as well to take away the 3rd position. Dittmer, though, fighting back. He leads lap 2. The 2 nearly come to blows into turn 1. Dittmer throws it in with a slider of his own, and he's got it. Dan McLaren, meanwhile, up to 3rd past Anthony Morano. Driver jacking out the line, nearly 3 wide for 3rd to turn number 3. Some good stuff here early, that is for sure. Dittmer hangs on to the lead. Moore still looking for 2nd. Morano in 3rd. 3 laps complete.
Yeah, 3 and 4 there. McLaren lost 2 spots. Morano and Templeton. They made it work on the bottom, but And, oh, Morano in the wall.
He got sideways there off of turn number 2, keeps his third position for now. Templeton decides to follow the 32 as they come off the corner. Does Templeton try and make a move into turn number 1? We'll have to see. Halfway home, 4 up and 4 down. Templeton throws it in, slide job, no. Morano hangs on to third.
And Morano just too tough to tame there on the outside, big head of steam, and now he's trying to set his sights on Brian Moore Sr. He's running out of time here, 3 to go.
Morano nearly clipped the jersey barrier in turn number 4, but closed in a heck of a lot on Brian Moore Sr. 2/10. That last time by tries a small diamond in turns 1 and 2. Only position changes we've had. Dittmer up a spot, Mike Cranmer up a spot. You go to the race for the third position now. Dittmer hanging on the lead. Morano wants second, 2 laps to go.
Yeah, Morano trying to send it in there, but send it in a little mistake for the leader out front. Now Brian Moore's reeling him back in here. Settle down, Brandon.
Yeah, the Spider Monkey got a little bit too sideways. Gap is still 0.3 of a second with 1 lap remaining. Who's going to start on pole tonight? Is it BD or BMS? Brandon Dittmer or Brian Moore Sr.? Everyone following the slipstream down the back chute. Brandon Dittmer with a great 1 and 2. Pulling away. Look out of the race for third. Brandon Templeton trying to get his way past Morano. You know who wins? It's Dittmer for third at the end. Morano edges out Templeton by a 10. McLaren 5th, Neubauer 6th, McCutcheon 7th, Mike Cranmer, DNF's in 8th.
Man, those guys were racing hard, Marty. Track a lot racier than I thought, honestly. I thought we'd see single file here, but man, the track looks good.
They say that you are a little bit quiet tonight, I believe, Zach, so you may want to turn yourself up, just an FYI.
Oh, okay.
Let's go to heat race number 2. It's brought to you by our friends at Regency Home Inspection, and here's the starting lineup. On the pole position, Ludovic Boussois in the 072. Next to him, it's the Goose Chad Cote in the 11. So all Canadian front row. That's pretty cool to see. Brian Moore Jr. inside of row number 2, starting third to his outside. 100 grand, Joseph Grandy in the 518. Row number 3, the Bass Man, Roger Craig in the 747 to his outside. It's Cale Bixler in the 789. Final row for heat race number 2. The Mayor, Steve Bixler in the 75, and Brian Dickens in the 122.
Yeah, I guess I limited myself in the software too much, Marty. Sometimes when I get excited and yell by myself here, my computer likes to cut off. It gets audio overloaded, so it's a fine line for me here.
Yeah, it's the same for me too from time to time. It always depends on... I think to me, it depends on the track coming out. If I'm on like an asphalt track that's like longer track, like it's like Daytona or maybe something like Phoenix, I gotta have the engine audio up a little bit. But if it's like Bristol or Martinsville or a dirt track, I can turn it down just a little bit because it's gonna be louder than normal.
Ludwig taking the EOL there.
Yeah, so Bourgeois gonna start from the back of the pack. So winner starts on the outside of the front row. In our 30-lap feature. Brian Moore Jr., Joseph Grandy set up to bring us to the green flag. Here we go.
Good jump for Grandy on the high side.
They're still wing-to-wing in turn number 2. Who's able to clear and take the early race lead? Look out, Roger Craig, contact to the wall. Off of Cale Bixler, more contact. Craig sideways, Dickens sideways. Roger Craig, both of them upside down.
And Roger's still wrecking. That wreck just finished.
Boussois, that wreck was so bad, the 072 lost the top wing, found a way to keep her going.
Yeah, he did. He's out there running a wingless. Look at that thing.
What a legend. That car turned from a sprint car to sort of a midget, I would say. I don't know how you would call that. Meanwhile, the Bixlers battle for third. Cale sideways. Finds a way to catch a nice save from the driver of the 789 as he tries to race the Mayor for third.
Yeah, Cale might have to go up here and rough up his dad here, Steve, if he won't get off the line. Those two love racing together, and with Cale being back in the United States now, it's nice to see him back racing.
Meanwhile, next time by, we're halfway home in this heat. It's been all Joseph Grandy. Just laid down the quickest lap of Heat 2 in 1908 to Brian Moore Jr.'s 1927. 4 up and 4 down in Heat 2.
Yeah, they've got a straightaway lead almost on 3rd and 4th. So if Brian can catch Joseph, which is a tough task, he's got plenty of time to go at it. But, man, he got to reel him in first.
Go back to that race for 3rd. As Kale is still trying to catch Steve Bixler for the spot.
Contact!
There it goes. 789. A spin and a half for him.
Oh, and Bixler then wrecks in turn 1. I wonder if his car was damaged.
Yeah, probably was with no steering off that 75 ride.
And now the wingless sprint car moves up into the 4th transfer, or the final transfer spot here, Marty.
That it does. Meanwhile, we're coming to 1 lap to go. This time by is Joseph Grandy with a dominant 1.3 second advantage on Brian Moore Sr. He's just looked really fast tonight, that's for sure. He's going to be a threat to win here.
Yeah, I mean, and starting on the outside here, you heard Anthony Morano talk about it. That's what drivers want. So arguably heat number 2 here. This is for the pole.
Yeah, Joseph Grandy takes the win. He'll start on the outside of the front row tonight. Brian Moore Jr. 2nd, Chad Cote 3rd, Ludovic Boussois in 3rd. Ludovic Boussois in 4th. That's Cale Bixler, Steven Bixler, Roger Craig, and Brian Dickens.
Yes, here they go. They're just now finishing up here. The field was really spread out in that one.
Absolutely, they were. So we'll get you set for one more heat race remaining. Oh, we just had another flip. Brian Dickens.
Oh, my gosh.
And Roger Craig, they're still wrecking. Dickens is actually inside the infield. Well, that's interesting. Something you don't really see every day. Anyway, moving on to heat race number 3. It's brought to you by our friends at Maurer Farm Management, the official sponsor of the Retreads division. Slide job Salas, Isaac Salas on pole position in the number 5 to his outside, the Ayla Outlaw, Preston Cranmer in the number 07. Row number 2, Gary Offut in car number 94 to his outside, Stacy Elmore in the 307. Row 3, it's Corey Denson, the Toxic Texan in the 91 to his outside, the Captain Gary Taylor in the 34. Rounded out the grid, G.J. Boydell, he's in the 014. I swear, every time I look at Elmore's ride, I keep thinking that is Preston driving it for some reason.
Gotta take a... Oh, yeah. Yep, I can
see what I mean?
Very similar. I mean, that 07, that's the exact number font, I think.
Well, yeah, I think it's the same number font Preston had in the past.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's a A&J Custom Creations car, so Andy Patton, you know he's going to put something together there.
Oh, yeah, easily, without question. So here we come for the green flag. Winner starts inside of row number 2, racing here at USA. A really good jump from Isaac Salas. Already has the 07 of Preston Cranmer cleared. As Elmore and Offa Duke Yetta for 3rd. The 307 able to clear the 94. All the drivers following Isaac Salas. Offa testing out the bottom. Could be 3 wide for 2nd in just a moment. Elmore can't get up to Preston Cranmer. His slide job leads lap 1.
Yeah, off it there, though. He had to back off of it coming out of the front stretch. And, man, that 34, Gary Taylor, he almost got it. He does get in the back of him. Yeah, I saw that coming. Captain.
But a good save from Gary Offa. That puts him back to last, but that car's toast. That car is toast. The steering went out of the 94, out of the impact.
No, yeah, and he's going to have to figure out what to do with that thing here as the leaders are going to be coming quick. So he's trying to get in the pits.
Go to the race for the 2nd position as well as Elmore all over Preston Cranmer for that runner-up spot. Looks like we see a pair of clone drivers here from the looks of it. Same guys, just different paint scheme. I'm kidding.
Yeah, and I mean, you said it. Preston looks there in that rearview mirror. That number is looking very familiar to one that he used to run. So he wants to beat that 307, that's for sure.
We saw Elmore there dominating in 3 and 4 for just a moment. Wasn't able to get that to stick. But they're about 2 car lengths behind as he's just being patient. Hopefully sees that Preston Kramer makes a mistake, and that mistake may have happened there. Kramer, though, still up by about half a car length. Elmore descended, though, into turn 1 and takes away second here, Zach.
Yeah, and Preston tries the counter under. Almost got it in the side of him. Maybe didn't give him enough room, but he's going to send it in deep here into 3 and 4.
Slide job for the Ayla Outlaw. Back up to the runner-up spot. Elmore tries to counter it back. Doesn't work. 2 laps to go. Meanwhile, for Isaac Solis with a 1 second lead over the pair of 07s. Elmore can't get the slider to work in 1 and 2. So Preston clears by about a half second, but he may have just kissed the wall.
Yeah, it may have been the kiss of death there. Marty is rolling through 3 and 4. White flag in the air. Final time around. You got to wonder if he's run out of time in the wall again.
That will be an interesting battle to watch very close for a second.
Preston
Preston may be out of fuel. And Stacy Elmore has also crashed as well, the 307. Gary Taylor has a chance to finish second. Well, we know who's going to win the heat race. It's Isaac Solis. The captain just made the pass for second. G.J. Boydell, can he get third at the end? The answer is yes. What on earth happened to Stacy Elmore at the end?
Oh my gosh. I don't know if he reacted to Preston running out of gas, maybe freaked out and got in that outside wall, but man, Stacy really, he's going to be kicking himself after that one.
Yeah, that was very odd, that's for sure. So, well, heat races are done for the night. And so we're going to step aside and take our break for warm-ups. Stay with us right here on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. Another edition of RSN Trackside, powered by Bob Johnson Auto Group on Rock Sports Network. Gets on the champion, trying to be a bit of a
hiatus. So let's get. Tonight we'll be talking about it.
We're back here on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. Isaac Solis just took a ride and a half while crashing. Did you get that? You got to go watch the replay on that, Zach.
We'll rewind it real quick here. Oh, wow. Pulls a wheelie and gets into the inside wall. Them bicycles hard into the outside wall. He must have a good pit crew on that thing. You trust them to give him a new car here quick.
Yeah, I think so. Who knows? So warm-up's just about to wrap up. Solace the quickest at a 19.4. Joseph Grandy second, 19.51. Brandon Templeton third, 19.55. Ryder McCutcheon fourth, a 19.61. Anthony Morano fifth at a 19.72.
Those warm-ups are over here.
So it's time to meet the field and give you your starting lineup for tonight's 30-lap feature for the Rebels. Top 5, pending on IL, will move up to the Renegades. Here's a look at your starting lineup. On the pole position, it's the Spider Monkey, Brandon Dittmer in the 83. To the outside, 100 grand, Joseph Grandy in the 518. Row number 2, Slide Job, Isaac Salas in the 5. And it's Brian Moore Sr. in the 558. Row number 3, it's Junior. Brian Moore Jr. in the 09, and the Captain Gary Taylor next to him in the 34, his best starting spot of the season. Row 4, the Ant-Man, Anthony Morano in the 32, and the Goose Chad Cote next to him in car number 11. Running out the top 10 tonight, G.J. Boydell, the 014 to his outside, Brandon Templeton in the 31. Row 6, Ludovic Boussois in the 072, and Stacy Elmore next to him in the 307. Row 7, Dan McLaren, Soupy in the 88, and it's Cale Bixler next to him in the 789. Row 8, Corey Denson in the 91, and Zach Neubauer in car number 52. Row number 9, it's Steve Bixler, the mayor, in the 75, the Ayla Outlaw, Preston Cranmer in the 07. Row 10, that is Ryder McCutcheon in the 128, and the Bassman Roger Craig in the 747. Row 11, it's Gary Offer in the 94, Mike Cranmer in the 70. Final car on the grid tonight, Brian Dickens in the 122. Brandon doing that wheelie for us is moments away from going to racing, and Randy trying to do the same thing too. We got a battle of wheelies here on the front row, Zach.
Yeah, you gotta love it. I mean, guys who kind of takes a little bit of cojones here. You don't get a quick, or you only get that one quick repair. You don't want to mess up on the broadcast, but those guys don't care. They got more you know what than me, Marty.
My pick to win here tonight, I'm going to go with, that's a tough one. I think I'm going to go with Joseph Grandy here from second.
Yeah, I think that's a good pick, but man, I like that man who sometimes sits up here with us. I really do. I think this is the night Brandon Dittmer gets one again. It's been a while for him, but man, what better place to get it here than on the front row at USA?
Well, we're just about set to go racing here in our first sprint car feature of the night. Steve King Foundation pace truck set to make the left-hand turn on the pit road. For the second time tonight, it's time to shake and bake. The Spider Monkey, 100 grand set to bring us to green, and the Rebels, it's time to get it on. Man, oh man, Brandon Dittmer really sideways off of turn 2, found a way to save it as he races Brian Moore Sr. for the second position. Off turn number 4, it's Joseph Grandy out in front. Dittmer chastains the wall. He loses second to Brian Moore Sr. and maybe even third to Isaac Salas. Here comes Slide Job, looking for the 2 for 1. Oh my goodness!
Dickens.
Ryan Dickens with a somersault and a half.
Yeah, that started coming out of 4, man. We saw the 072 of Ludwig Buisson there in the outside wall. That was a big one.
Dan McLaren also catching a piece of it in the 88. Let's look at a replay here and see what happened here, Zach.
Yeah, we're going to hop up here to the drone camera. We see contact way up in front of them. I couldn't tell who got into Dan McLaren, but it looked like somebody punted Dan a little bit. If that was Dan, I do believe it was. Yeah, so let's go back. Let's see if we can figure out what happened up front here.
Oh, yeah, that was Cale Bixler in the 789 that caught him. Man, Boussois took a big hit as well in that catch fence. Look, his car didn't flip. Dickens' flip was very weird. It's like he caught the wall, then the left front just dug into the grass, and on she went for a wild tumble.
Yeah, he didn't even try to drive that one back to the pits. Figured it was best to tow it. That thing must have been tore up. Yeah,
luckily longer laps here. Zach, if you're watching the onboards, go for it.
Yeah, let's go on board here with actually Brian. We saw the flip, but let's see what it looked like from in the car here. Just you see a car gets in front of him, gets into the back of Roger, like Marty said, digs into that fence and just over and over. Did like 4 rolls. That was a ride and a half. Let's see Dan McLaren too. Let's ride on with Dan McLaren. Nothing he could have really done here. As you see, he just kind of has to lift. All of a sudden, pounded up there. Let's see, tries to drive it off into turn 1. The right front was broke. He didn't realize it. Hard into the wall and just has to lock up the brakes.
Yeah, definitely a couple of good licks there for sure. So lights are off. We're going green this time, and
Single file, apparently.
this is supposed to be double file per series rules normally, but sounds like double file it will be.
Yeah, it's got to be an error. I'm sure that's something that we may see changed here on the next restarts. But may do these guys some good here as double file restarts at USA can definitely get you into some trouble.
Here we come back to the green flag. Randy, the control car off for turn 4 of the Steve King Foundation. Pace truck is on pit road. There it goes. Here we go back to green. You know, I think it was either that or it was because not the entire field completed lap number 1. That may have been the thing that we're forgetting here. So, anyway, Randy held third, senior in second, Dittmer and junior battle for third. Dittmer kisses the wall, hangs onto it, while Salas and Moore Jr. go for third. 3 wide for the bottom side of the podium, Zach.
Yeah, Brian Moore Jr. making the bottom work there, trying to catch up to his dad 2 spots in front of him. Right now, Isaac Salas. He's got a lot of speed on that outside, but Brandon Dittmer looks to be struggling a little bit in front of him.
Just had a crash as well where Zach Neubauer was putted from next to him, and yellow flag is out here.
Brandon Templeton flipping hard in the
Whoa. Yeah, now it's B-Temp taking a wild ride. Man, USA is not treating these drivers kindly. Stacy Elmore also involved in the accident too. They were racing for position about mid-pack. Oh, Gary Taylor did a wild real wheelie. Wow! Holy barrel rolls by both of them. Jeez! We may have to call this place the Monster Mile now for sprint cars.
Yeah, and that Zach Neubauer incident, that's totally unrelated from the one with Brandon Templeton, too. We went back and looked at that Zach Neubauer wreck, so let's go. Let's try to find here what happened to B-Town.
Wait till you see that.
He gets into Gary a little bit, puts Gary up in the wall. He wheelies into him, and oh, man. Spins like a top. A little early for Hanukkah here. Oh, my gosh, Gary. Whoa, and then Dan McLaren almost hits him as he comes out of the pits. That was close call for Soupy.
May need to check and see if Brandon Templeton's head came off in that crash.
That was unbelievable, and somehow he's still able to drive that thing around to get his quick repair. Didn't have to tow, so could be his saving grace. Long way to go here.
We'll have to see if that does help him out.
Because I believe Zach Neubauer and Brian Dickens right now are the only cars that aren't on the lead lap. So.
See if we go 1 to green this time by, and that is the case. We'll have our first double file restart coming up here.
Yeah, it looks like they were able to get these restarts figured out. Now, if you're Brandon Dittmer, man, this is your best chance. You got to get a good restart with that 518, and you got to try to sucker your way past Brian Moore Sr. because those yellow jackets up top, man, they're fast right now, and they're ready to sting the rest of the field here, so they got to go.
So Grandy and Moore Sr. row 1, Junior and Dittmer row number 2, Morano and Salas row 3, Cote and Kalebix their row 4, Preston Kramer, GJ Boydell round out the top 10. Grandy fires, we're back to green, and man, he checked out of the hotel, wasting no time. Dittmer's got a chance at second, pops the apron for a moment. It's now 3 wide for 4th, and maybe even 5th. Salas a little bit sideways. He falls back into the 6th position. A lot of drivers hanging on to their cars for dear life right now. But Joseph Grandy still in front. Caution. Templeton upside down again. And Mike Cranmer has made a trip to the infield in front of the safety truck.
Gonna have to go back and try to figure out what happened there.
That'll just about do it for Brandon tonight.
Yeah, you got to think he probably just used that quick repair. That's got to be it here as he comes down in front of Mike Cranmer a little bit. Got to catch a loose car and comes up into cars that are fighting there. So that's a tough break for Brandon. He's just trying to make up all those spots. And Cranmer caught up. Nothing Mike could do. Ends up on the lid. That's a tough break for that 70 machine. Gonna ride on board with Mike Cranmer. See if there's anything maybe he could have done different here. Captain hindsighted a little bit. He's just kind of minding his own business. Doesn't realize he's going to come down and, man. That's a tough break. But this is kind of the way the open 358s went. You know, it seemed to have a lot of cautions there in the beginning, and once the field thinned out a little bit and people learned each other's lines, it's only a matter of time before we get that long green flag run.
Yeah. It will be a little, hopefully it will happen next time by. But we will have to see. 6 laps will be complete in this feature when we go back under the green flag.
With that being 3 cautions here, probably be single file the rest of the way, so not going to be easy to make up spots on restarts. Really going to have to go to work. She's the biggest mover right now, Preston Cranmer.
Set for the restart here with 6 laps in the books. All single file restarts for the rest of this race. And another smooth jump for the 518. Senior tries low for the lead, doesn't work though. And now Salas underneath on Dittmer for 3rd. May go for the Kmart 2-for-1 discount. That he does. What a heck of a jump from Isaac Salas. Slide job up to 2nd. Can he secure it at the line? Yes, he can. And now he chases after Joseph Grandy, Zach.
Man, it looked like he was in a 410 going on the backstretch, Marty. That thing shot out of there like a rocket. And if he's got anything, he's got to get around that 518 now. Do it while you got fresh tires.
Salas high, wide, and handsome. Now decides to thought about Diamond in 3 and 4 for just a moment. But a great run around the outside. Salas, top shelf where Mama hides the cookies. Grandy slides up to cut his lane off.
Yeah, but Isaac too tough right now. Yeah, he's got such a big run with that diamond line. He's got him into 3 and 4.
Requesting an engine check off the number 5 as he continues to hang on to the race lead. Meanwhile, Brandon Dittmer aiding a lot, hanging on to that car for 5th. It's an angry race car right now, Zach.
Yeah, he got in the wall, it looked like they're coming out of 4 a little bit, able to hang on, but he is struggling in that 83 right now, and I think he may have got the Shaggy curse.
Possibly, who knows? Leaders are actually dealing with lap traffic. Brandon Templeton off the pace, puts the 31 to a stop. So right now, no yellow, we stay green. Let's go to the race for 6th here. Dittmer still fighting that race car badly. McLaren and now Chad Cote each get past him. Nice run for McLaren after, I think he was in that incident earlier. Has recovered to currently running 6th. Great job for him so far.
Yeah, Dittmer's sinking like a stone, though. Still getting into that wall.
And this may do it here. Up on his side, loses the wing. Rides the fence. No caution yet. Now it's out. That's been coming for some time.
Yeah, and I mean, he's trying to get it off the fence. You watched him. He just now yanked it off. But what's he supposed to do with a bunch of cars screaming around him? A little bit of frustration. You just got to sit there and gather your thoughts and try to go back to work.
The car was just struggling so much on the high side. The contact there with Kramer just about ended it.
Yeah, he gets into the wall coming out of 4 there as Cramden goes by. And then he just a little too aggressive, knows Preston's probably going to come up there. Just a little frustrated with how the night's gone. And doesn't check up in the wall for the 83.
Well, A for effort to say the least.
Yeah. I mean, when you're trying to sling it on that high side, he's doing what he has to do. I mean, he's frustrated because he's not on the front row anymore, and he knows if he goes in and uses that quick repair here, Marty, a win is almost out of the question. So he's just trying to salvage what he can. Now Anthony Morano, he's out there sniffing for that final podium spot here. He's gotten up to P4, so that 32, and well, you talked about him, Marty. 2 spots behind him. That 88, man, Dan McLaren, he's got a bullet.
Well, I got to give it up as well for Preston Kramer and Roger Craig. The 2 Pitside Podcast guys have each been up 10 spots right now.
This light should go off this time, I think. As they do. We'll be going back green. Going double file here. Am I seeing things?
We'll try this once more. 12 laps go up on the board here. Salas selects the outside line for this restart.
And we'll have to see if he comes to regret that. I think I remember there being a little bit of tack down there on the bottom of 3 and 4, but maybe he's just going to go up against the wall and let it eat.
Here we come for the restart.
Look at him pull Anthony.
Oh, look out. Bad crash. Grandi, Morano. It just got way too close there going to turn number 1.
Yeah, we're going to do a quick rewind here. Looked like Grandi got a little bit of help here. Got punted in the left rear from, I believe, Brian Moore Sr. and Anthony Morano with nowhere to go. Just a casualty of that one. That's a tough.
And Morano took an awful hit.
I'm going to try to go up here to the Chapman Racing drone camera. See if we can get a view of that. You'll see Brian Moore Sr. just drive in there. He's got it down on the tack. Probably got to know that move's not going to work there on the restart. I mean, Grandy's been running the bottom, and he just gets sent up into Morano. And well, Marty, that's 2 fast cars. Their night's over.
Yeah, unfortunately, that will be.
But, everyone's misfortune is another man's luck. And you mentioned Preston and Roger. Well, that's 2 more spots for each of them here. Is Preston now, he's up to 5th. He's got a top 5 going, up 13 spots. No, 4th, excuse me. It just rotated up to 4th here, Marty.
Yeah, Kramer now up 14, Roger Craig up 12. How about Ryder McCutcheon in his Rebels debut, up 10 into 9th?
Yeah, definitely showing that he might like himself a slick racetrack. As the tacky, he didn't really seem to have too much speed, kind of running around in the back of the heat and qualifying. But here in the feature, when this thing slicks off, that kid shows it's going to be tough.
Lights are off. We'll try once again and come back to green. So now move Kramer to 4th, Brian Moore Jr. 5th, Chad Cote 6th, Cale Bixler back up here in 7th, Craig 8th, McCutcheon 9th, Stacy Elmore rounds out the top 10.
Now, if you're Preston Cranmer, you better put enough fuel in that thing, Marty. You better have learned your lesson here.
Try this once again here on this restart. And again, back to yellow. I'm not sure for what. I think we may have just had a phantom yellow as Salas was just blinking in and out. There may have been some confusion, possibly. I don't know. Salas is on pit road.
So, Brandon Templeton somehow spun out coming out of the pits. Not sure if he made contact with Joseph Grandy, but right as they go green, he's sitting sideways in the middle of 1 and 2.
Salas, though, is out of the race. All of a sudden, just put on pit road and just said, I'm done. What in the world happened? We will need to double check on that. That is very weird.
Yeah, that is weird. I mean, we're watching him now. He got into the wall a little bit in 1 and 2, but the car handled fine through 3 and 4, and yeah, he just drives it right down into the pits, and he doesn't even go to his pit. He parks it. He's done. So we'll have to see if we can find clarification here. What happened? Oh, it's apparently he's got to go pick up the girlfriend here.
He's got to go pick up Kelsey.
Oh, man.
I can understand. There are more things important in life. I completely understand that.
Yeah. Oh, man, gonna need to fill up this Coke in between races here. I didn't realize we were gonna have so many cautions here tonight.
Same.
So Dan
Once
McLaren,
again,
all of a sudden, finds himself out front.
Dan is like, all right, thanks, Kelsey.
Yeah, he's Kelsey's #1 fan right now, that's for sure.
Probably, so. I don't know, there may be. Nah, I won't say it.
I'm thinking it too.
Yeah, you're thinking the same thing too. McLaren is the new leader as he holds serve. Oh, Preston Cranmer nearly gets into Brian Moore Sr. Racing for a second. Here comes Junior. Ripping the lip on the bottom. That doesn't work. Preston Cranmer still trying to get that second spot away. Meanwhile, in the race for 5th, Chad Cote against Kale Bixler. The Goose up to 5th, and he now looks for 4th on Junior.
Yeah, he's got that thing screaming on the high side, does that 07, but got to look for a big run here. Right now, Brian Moore Jr., he really made it work through 1 and 2 on the bottom.
McCutcheon hanging on as well. Bixler a little bit sideways. We work lap number 17, 14 laps to go. Junior for the podium on Preston Cranmer. See if he can take it, not yet.
Ryder McCutcheon just got Bixler and Cote going down the backstretch, moved himself up to 5th place, so that kid on the move.
The guy making his Monday night debut. He started back in the 19th position. Now wants 4th on Brian Moore Jr. Can he take it? No, not yet.
Battle for the lead, Brian Moore
man,
Sr.
Look at him. He was chastaining it through 3 and 4. Now he could go for 3rd on Preston.
Man, he's letting that thing eat up there, looking like Anthony Macri on that outside wall. Wow.
He is doing such a good job up there tonight, that's for sure. Could he get 3rd here at the line? The answer is yes. 11 laps to go, meanwhile, for Dan McLaren, who's got company for the lead by Brian Moore Jr.
You're exactly right, and he's feeling the pressure here. So if they get going at it, that kid is going to become part of this battle here for the lead. Long way to go.
Or maybe even if a caution flag comes out.
I think that's honestly, Marty, with the way he's letting that thing eat around the outside wall, I don't think he wants one right now. He is quick.
Here he comes. Decking on the line here. Can he take it away through 3 or 4? He may try and throw. Oh,
Caution.
yellow flag waves. Corey Dodson spins. Maybe have done more than spin as he has towed it to the pits.
Yeah, got loose coming out of 3 and 4, got in the wall, and oh man, tries to drive it into 1 and 2, and we got a neat camera view there, Marty. The tire actually folded underneath of the car as he entered into 1 and 2, so there was no way he could steer that thing home. Now, man, Ryder McCutcheon up 16 spots. Can he get 2 more? Gonna have 9 laps to do it.
What a win that would be for McCutcheon if he can get this thing done. I don't think anyone expected him to be a challenger for the win tonight.
No, I mean, I mentioned him there in the heat race, and honestly, I thought I was going to kind of eat my words there after he didn't move up. But here we go. We get the kid out here on a slick track, and we get to see what he's made of. Patrick Spangler sent me. I wish I could remember, but the kid's a wheel man in real life, so I imagine we got another maybe Lane Snook coming in on our hands, if that name rings a bell to anybody.
I do, it does.
Yeah, and you know, this Ryder kid, and you know, I love Lane. I follow his racing career still to this day, but I think a little bit of difference here. Ryder, I mean, he's, you know, haven't seen any real shady moves. I mean, the kid puts it right up against the wall, and he goes around you where it's hard to do it, and it's real impressive, a young kid to be able to do that. Lights are off.
Alrighty, so this is going to be a big test here for McCutcheon in these final 10 laps. Can he get it done? About to see what happens.
Dan needs a good restart here.
When does he go?
I'd go early as soon as I hit it. There he goes.
Yeah, look at the gap he opened up on Brian Moore Sr. About a half second on the 558. Now tries to use the middle line. But don't give up the top shelf to Ryder McCutcheon. The battle on for the second position. Man, McCutcheon is just so dangerous on the high side. He's like in the danger zone, borderline between the fastest and out of it. Up to P2 goes McCutcheon.
Yeah, coming on when it matters, man. We're going to have to start calling him McClutcheon here, Marty. Coming on in clutch time. The kid is fast.
Oh, yellow
caution.
again.
No!
Roger Craig, Anthony Morano, Cale Bixler.
Yeah, let's go see if we can take a look here. Let's take a look at Cale Bixler here. Let's go to the aerial cam.
Racing with Elmore and Morano.
Yeah, Cale just runs Anthony into the outside wall. Roger gets caught up in that. And wow, Cale just got to the inside in time. Oh, man. See if we can get a different view of this here. You see, he wants to get up there in line, but Anthony had a big run and goes up there, runs him in the wall. Man, oh man, is that Greg Boydell? No, that's a Greg Boydell.
GJ's at 9.
No, it's Zach Neubauer. Zach Neubauer barely made it through here, I think. As you see here, he sees the car No, that was GJ. Okay. Should have went with my gut. Where's Greg Boydell here? I'll go back far enough. Oh no, so he has a hiccup here in 1 and 2 that probably saves him. But another caution out once again for the 8th time, so they've gotta be all running pretty low here, wanting to get this thing over with. Nobody wants to sit in the car for that long. As we might, Marty, we may be getting in the territory of they may have to make a new session here.
Yeah, it is not getting good.
But lights are off. Not sure if they shortened it here or not. But
I wonder if they did because of it.
I wouldn't be surprised, yeah, because lights, I think, turned off going down the backstretch. So we're going back green this time.
Here we come for the restart. 7 laps to go. Great jump for McLaren. Not a good jump for McClutchin, but normally finds a way to make it up. He's a half second, though, behind McLaren. Will he find a way to make it up? He's got 6 laps to do it, Zach.
Yeah, just made up a 10th there through 3 and 4, man. That kid's hammer down. You see him struggling coming off the corner. Loses a little bit to Dan, but, man, he's so aggressive on entry that he gets it back.
The Moores battle for 3rd. Cranmer and Elmore also in this battle for position. Just trying to hang on for their dear lives. But McLaren, a lot of company for the lead by Ryder McCutcheon for the race lead. Wayne to wing of the line. It's still Dan McLaren. McCutcheon, top shelf where Mama hides the cookies with 5 laps to go. Can he get the lead off for 2? Not just yet. Now he does.
Man, they're screaming side by side into 3 and 4. Kid needs this thing to stay green, and he needs to beat him to the line.
McCutcheon to the lead. 4 laps to go. Can he win his Monday Night Madness debut?
Man, up 18 spots. The kid did it with a storm. It's a shame the 5 had to go pick up Kelsey because, man, we'd be treated to a battle.
Absolutely, that's for sure, as we still watch the race for 3rd. Elmore trying to go up to 4th. Hold the phone. Yellow waves with 4 to go. Chad Cote has crushed it.
Yeah, and Ryder's just thanking you-know-who that he got out front because, man, he wouldn't want to have to try to go back to work again. But there, Cote maybe came up in front of Joseph Grandy a little bit going into 3 and 4, and Grandy's to the point where he's staying hammered down. So Cote's going to go for a little ride. Let's check that again from the aerial cam here. You'll see Grandy got a big run. Cote came down off the wall. Grandy was up there, barely gets him, but just enough. And Chad up in the catch fence. Man, it was Chad Griggs and the gang last year. Did we find our new gem, diamond in the rough here? Is that Ryder McCutcheon, man? He is fast. What does the Moore household look like right now? You know, I mean, both of them want the podium here, but it doesn't seem like either of them have speed for that top 2. So they're definitely battling each other right now.
Yeah, and Senior's got some damage on the front of that 558. So he's trying to hold on. Elmore's still fast. How about Ludwig Boussois? Was involved in that first yellow, rode the catch fence, and is recovered to currently run in 7th.
Yeah, he had a tough night in the 358, was caught up in a wreck early, so good to see him get it together. 2 more spots and he can roll into this A feature. But the green flag is high here, Marty.
Here we go. 3 laps of racing remain for McCutcheon as he holds serve for right now. McLaren looking underneath for the race lead. They still side by side, but McCutcheon is able to clear. Senior 3rd, junior 4th. Elmore rounds out the top 5. 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go, Zach. Can McLaren catch them? Both them in the wall.
Yeah, it looked like it affected McCutcheon there a little bit more here as Dan's going to take it in the middle of 1 and 2. Can he slide up and shut the door?
He's got the lead for right now. McCutcheon fights back, side by side to the 3. McLaren, oh no! Caution flag waves with 2 to go. We're headed to overtime.
Man, and you know, it's coulda, woulda, shoulda here, Marty, but I think Dan made a good enough move there in 3 and 4 that he was going to secure it at the line, but it goes back to the previous lap. Advantage, McCutcheon.
The yellow is for Preston Cranmer.
Man, and he had such a good run going, Marty.
Contact with Boussois, a hard impact that sent him up and over.
Yeah, that was 72. Probably just didn't realize Preston was there. You know, Preston on the high side, but kind of running that middle lane. And just got a little bit of a tail slap there in that 07. It's going to end that good run.
Makes think at the same time, who has enough fuel for an extra lap this time? Maybe even 2 extra laps possibly, Zach.
Yeah, that's got to be on your mind here. I mean, we saw Preston run out of gas early on in the heat races, and with the feature going this long, you know, they're not necessarily burning it under caution, but this extra lap, all these getting in the gas on the restarts, they've definitely probably burned a little more than they thought they were gonna. This light should be off here.
And the lights are off. McCutcheon, McLaren, the 2 that will battle for the win. But what about the Moores? Can they find a way into it? Maybe even Stacy Elmore, who rounds out the top 5. Again, top 5. Pending on IL, all eligible for the feature tonight. This finish is about to be a dandy one to the end. McCutcheon early, just as the pace truck goes in, may have spooked McLaren possibly. So we're back to green.
Yeah, advantage kid in the 128 here, but Dan McLaren, he's looking on that top shelf, trying to get a run.
Both of them very sideways off of turn 2. Caution, Gary Taylor. Upside down, 1 more overtime coming up. Gail Bixler is also in it, and same with Mike Cranmer.
Let's see if we can see how Gary Taylor ended on the lid right now, side by side with the Bassman, Roger Craig. It's a little loose, comes down, gets into Cale Bixler hard. Cale hard into the outside wall.
And Taylor.
Man, Mike Cramner nowhere to go. Hits Gary Taylor. Does Preston make it through? No, Preston gets involved here. Gets into his dad, so tough break for him involved in the last 2. Well, final try here, Marty.
Final restart of the night before we move on to Renegades.
And man, you gotta these last two cautions, they're killing that 88. I mean, we saw a rider make a mistake there, open the door 2 cautions ago. Dan was in front of him when the caution came out, and then on that last restart, we watched him get loose. Coming out of 2 there, and Dan had a big head of steam, so he's had 2 chances here, and now the third time he's got to make sure he aces this one. As the lights are off.
McCutcheon looking for his first win in his debut. McLaren runs second. Moore Sr., Moore Jr., third and fourth. Stacy Elmore rounds out the top 5. If we get a caution before the white, this race is over. If we get a white flag, it goes green to checkered. Will McCutcheon do it, or will McLaren steal it? Oh no! That's gonna do it with Boussois in the wall. Nope, no caution. We stay green for now. McLaren underneath for the race lead off for 2.
He's down there and all that time going down the backstretch, but going into 3 and 4, he hops up in line.
That's it! That's it! It's over! Race is over under caution, and Ryder McCutcheon wins his I almost said the series. It's his Rebels debut, and McCutcheon wins. Checking on what caused the final caution of the night.
Gary Taylor just going slow with a wounded race car. He tries to turn down, but that right front's broke. There's nothing he can do, and tough break. Yeah. Definitely anticlimactic here, but I would say Kid probably earned this one.
Ryder McCutcheon definitely did. It's the return of the Mac. Ryder McCutcheon checkered flag and wins the Rebels event at USA.
Man, I haven't had a dirt race end under caution in quite some time. As maybe I believe it is over. The first one wasn't a natural green-white checkered, was it?
No, it's over.
Okay, I was going to say.
Yeah, this one is over. I don't know why they are still going like this. Now the lights are off, so I would assume this one is over. For some reason, iRacing's still making them drive.
Making them sweat out their gas mileage here.
McCutcheon, you can do a burnout. Checkers have waved. You have earned this one for sure.
Only 12 cars still out there on the track right now.
That is tough to see how half the field finish this race. But hey, all we can say is it is what it is. So congratulations to Ryder McCutcheon on getting this race. And apparently we're back to green. Wait a second.
Yeah, we're back green. I was going to say, I didn't ever see a checkered flag wave. I kept going to that camera, and here it's telling me white flag here this time. So 1 lap shootout.
We'll see what flag comes out. They're finishing this one this time. Turn 4.
Checkered
and
flag.
Now it's the return of the Mac. Ryder McCutcheon, your winner. McLaren second, Moore Sr. third, Moore Jr. fourth, Elmore fifth. That was a very confusing finish, but in the end, it is McCutcheon that gets the job done.
Yeah, Dan would have loved it to be a 2-lap sprint, but that white checkered, not much you can do when you're that second car in line.
McCutcheon taking this in, and I don't blame him. Your first ever start, you deserve to do donuts. Make yourself famous, kid. So as we look at the field here, McCutcheon as well, your biggest mover, up 18 spots to win. McLaren second, up 11. You have Bixler in 7th, up 10. Offer up 13 and 8th. Craig up 11 and 9th. Great performances by them all here. Top 5 eligible. And we will talk with your podium here in just a little bit once they show up. But your thoughts on that race, Zach?
Well, I'm at least glad it finished under green there, but with all the caution, let's be honest, very anticlimactic. I'm looking for a much better race here in the Renegades, we hope.
Everyone is hoping for the same thing, too, that's for sure. I don't even know if Ryder knows how to get into our Discord.
I was honestly sitting here. Great minds think alike, Marty. That's all I can say.
Well, we've got our third place finisher, Brian Moore Sr. Let's talk with him. Marty, it's Marty up here with you, Brian. Great job tonight. And, man, how much fun was it racing Junior out there?
Well, that's pretty fun. I get anymore. I'm starting to get frustrated with the kid because he's trying to tell me how to drive. I feel like he's getting too good for me now. So if I can keep him behind me, well, I feel like I've done a good job.
Yeah, absolutely. So, hey, did you feel like you had anything as well for the top 2? Maybe if we had that race actually go to a 2-lap shootout?
Well, the bottom would work good for me for about a lap or 2, but after that, seems like the momentum on the top would just carry him back by me. So I don't know if I had anything for him or not, especially not the kid. The kid came by me like, where did he come from?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hey,
but that was fun though.
Well, it was a great run. Who do you want to give shout outs to?
Just my brother Rick and Rona, his woman. They sit and watch us, I think, every week. And you guys, man, for putting this stuff on. Marty, I appreciate everything you do. And who's the sponsor tonight? I'm not very good at these interviews. But I want to thank all you guys. Roger and the league, Coast to Coast League. This sure is fun, man. I appreciate you guys letting me come and race with you.
Well, we're glad you're back as well, man. Great job tonight.
Thank you.
Brian Moore Sr. finishing in the 3rd spot. Let's go to Dan McLaren. Zach, we'll let you take this one. I got to do something real quick.
I got you. Oh, 100%. But a second after the first incident I was in, and I think I went back to 23rd or 24th. So, yeah, setup was, bang on. Isaac and Brandon, 3 of us were working on it. So, shout out to them. But maybe a couple more laps, maybe would have challenged them for the lead and for the win. But I'm happy with the second. But yeah, too many cautions. First and foremost, you guys for the broadcast. It's always fun to go back and watch. Roger and everyone behind the scenes for the league. All the boys over at Venom, Born to Foam Insulation, and Marquee Manufacturings and JRB Designs. Thanks, brother.
Ryder, it is. Oh, hang on. There we go. Ryder, it's your debut, man, and you got your first Rebels win. How does this feel?
Feels great. Came into this race expecting to be a back marker, and then at the end, with 15 to go around there, just started moving through the fields, and it felt good. Car felt great with the stock setup on. I don't know how I did that, but it was fun. The track got pretty racy at the end there. Me and Dan were getting at it with 5 to go. Really thought he was gonna have me, but I got lucky with that last yellow. Yes, sir.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Thank you, sir.
Ryder, where did you feel your car was a lot better than maybe Dan McLaren and even the Moores?
Definitely exit of 2, my diamond line. I feel like I could pull him down the back straight away, and then I can maybe get next to him going into 3, and I could hook the moisture around the top of 3 and 4 and drive around him.
Well, buddy, you got to win the Rebels. Now I'm gonna ask you, are you gonna try and take on the Renegades here tonight?
I honestly don't know what that is. I just joined the series, so I'm just gonna race whatever's on next. So I'm hoping I can do the same thing I just did here.
Gotcha.
Well, I can tell you, I got a 10x because in the back I could not make any moves, so I'm probably not eligible. Okay.
Well,
yeah, I'm gonna run it then.
Awesome. Well, buddy, who do you want to give shout outs to on this run?
My mom and dad and everybody else who helped me get here. I feel like it'd kind of be weird to name off my real life sponsors, so I'm just gonna thank everybody that helped me get my iRacing rig and people who helped me accomplish this win.
Well deserved, buddy. Congratulations and best of luck in the Renegades in a bit.
Thank you, sir.
Ryder McCutcheon, man, what a respectful guy. Wow, I feel old just for calling us sir.
I know. Are you kidding me? Like, he does that on the... He runs a stock setup, calls me sir. Like, I mean, dude, I'll tell you what. If this kid gets any team help, maybe a bandy built setup in that thing.
Venom.
Venom, yeah, Venom. Go sneak this kid up, man. He's the real deal.
Let's step aside and go to break. When we come back, it's the Renegades right here on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. All right, let me save this and then... It's time for another edition of RSN Trackside, powered by Bob Johnson Auto Group on Rock Sports Network. Gets on the champion, trying to be a bit of a
hiatus. So let's get. Tonight we'll be be talking about it.
Outpouring of
Qualifying underway for the Renegades now here at USA International Speedway. Right now, Jesse Bandy, the quickest driver, to 19:39. Rick Main, second quickest, also 19:39, as the times start to come in. Blake Chapman currently third. He has a 19:412. Is his second lap better in the number 20. Quick time, Chad Griggs. Quick time, Blake Chapman. 19:285 for the salesman. Beats out a John Short 19:299. Some really fast laps.
Yeah, and man, you know, this is no shot at that kid, but I 100% believe that fixed setup Marty goes out here. He won that race, was very fast at the end, and then qualifies 21st. So, yeah, man, that just makes what he did that much more impressive. My God.
Let's get set for heat race number 1, which once again brought to you by Gambler Motorsports. Here's how they line up. The jet plane, J.J. Odell on pole position in car number 38 to his outside, Brian Moore Sr. in the 558. Row number 2, the Bandy-built master, Jesse Bandy in the 49 to his outside, the salesman, Blake Chapman in car number 20. Row 3, it's Brad White. He's in the 814, and Ryder McCutcheon next to him in the 128. Rounding out the field, Steven Goldner in car number 30. See what some of these guys are saying here in the chat. I've been a little quiet checking out all this stuff. Mark was in here earlier. Corey said that was crazy. Well, God's word, got to get the wife. I believe in reference to Isaac.
Yep. Amen. Hopefully they set the tone here. We get some good, clean racing.
Alrighty, winner starts on the pole position tonight. Jesse Bandy and Brian Moore Sr. make up the front row. Green flag's out. Here we go. Good start by Jesse Bandy. Brian Moore Sr. second. Here comes Waite and Chapman in third and fourth. A good race early on here. Lap number 1, though, led by the Bandy-built master.
Yeah, Brad.
Goldner trying to take. Go ahead.
Yeah, Brad got the bottom to work that opening lap, and now Goldner and Chapman just proving to be too much. They are rim riding and they're quick.
By the way, something we got. Oh, look out! Look out! Big crash. Goldner, Moore Sr., Brad Wade all involved. That pretty much gives us our top four.
Oh, they're still wrecking. Goldner and Moore own their lids now. Wow.
That was a very weird accident. But I should tell you, too, we do have 4 heats tonight. So with that being said, that pretty much gives us our top 4 in the show. Bandy, Blake Chapman, Ryder McCutcheon, and JJ Odell. Salesman currently the quickest as we're halfway home, Zach, 19:39. Big ground to catch up to Bandy.
Yeah, sorry here, Marty. There we go. I had to reset the overlay there. That's why I was quiet. It crapped out on us there in the middle of the heat, but she's back up and rolling.
Chapman again quicker, 19:29. That last time by. He's got a race car, but it's probably going to be way too late to catch him. He's got 2 laps to go this time by.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, he's quick, but coming around 2 more times. At the biggest track, arguably, we go to here, I just don't know if that's even enough time.
Yeah, he cut down the 10th gap, was at about 0.6 of a second. Here comes Bandy off of turn number 4. White flag waves, 1 lap to go. Gap now at half a second. Blake's going to have to Hail Melon this if he wants a chance at it. He's in the show no matter what. The other 3 are on pit road. Take a chance. Why not?
Yeah, as much as we'd love that, we both know that kid ain't going to do that.
Yeah, we know he won't. Jesse Bandy off the corner makes it into the show. Chapman second. McCutcheon in his Renegades debut is in with a 19:28. And JJ Odell is 4th. McCutcheon just laid down the quickest lap in Heat 1. And I'm pretty sure it's on that exact same baseline setup.
That's unbelievable.
That's incredible. Let's go to Heat 2, brought to you by Regency Home Inspection. The Brute to Beast, Jeff Barker on pole position in the 513, who is outside. That is the driver of the 042, the Macho Man, Tyler Wilson. Row number 2, Rick Main in the 187, and John Short in the 51. Row number 3, Bobby Good in the 7, and Brian Moore Jr. in the 09. Gentleman Jack Hitt rounds out the grid. He starts 7th tonight.
Yeah, both the Moores making it out of the B here. Didn't go so well for Brian Moore Sr. Hopefully Jr. has a little bit of luck here. Man, Velocity Race Designs, I love that job they did with Barker's paint. That's phenomenal. Barker had used that same paint for so long, but man, this fresh skin, gotta love it this last season.
Winner starts to the outside of the front row as we come to the green flag for Heat 2 of the night. Barker with a good jump, but Tyler Wilson gets away with the lead. Look at the burst of speed from John Short off for turn number 2. Wing to wing for second. He had to look for just a moment, allows Maine to get to third. Barker downstairs for the lead. Can he get it from Tyler Wilson off the corner? Not yet. Wilson leads the opening lap, followed by Maine, Barker, and Short. That's the top 4. Maine through the middle. Man, that nearly got tight.
Yeah, it looked like maybe him and Barker made a little bit of contact, but Barker able to make it through there. May lose 1 spot here to John Short, but still in the transfer.
And Maine really sideways off the corner, but finds a way to keep it straight. Could allow John Short or Barker to strike at any time, but Wilson picking his way through in lap times, trying to open up that gap at about 0.4 of a second right now.
Yeah, it's just so tough. You know, at a track like this, you do get a little bit of draft here, Marty, so you line up, you suck up on that guy, and Rick Maine slowly trying to reel him in.
That's under 0.2 of a second. The 187 with 6th quickest in qualifying. Thanks to the invert, had to start third. He's looking for the lead as we're halfway home, 4 up and 4 down.
Yeah, everyone in the top 4, but Barker has moved up. Barker from 1st to 4th. So you've seen those guys been able to get around Jeff, but have kind of stalled out since. So Rick, plenty of time here to get it done, coming to 3 to go. Maybe just trying to set something up here.
Maine the quickest, 1964. Now it's short, 1963. Two laps to go. Short still the quickest amongst the front 3, 1964. Maine 1966. And he looks underneath Tyler Wilson. Your race is for the lead to turn number 3. Rick Maine, it's high noon time for him. That puts her out in front. White flag is out. We're on the last lap. Does Wilson have one last shot at starting in position number 2 for our 35 lap feature? We're about to find out. The 187 starting to pull away here. Protects the slider line from happening. Rick Maine off the corner. Takes the win in heat race number 2. Wilson second, Short third, and Barker 4th.
Yeah, Shorty really started to run him down. Tyler barely held on to P2. Shorty found something at the end.
So now move on to heat race number 3, which is brought to you by Gambler Motorsports, and the starting lineup looks like this. Dan McLaren on pole position in the 88. Next to him, Canada Connor Ross in the 35. Row 2, it's Dean Reynolds in the number 79, and Chad Griggs in the 27. Final row tonight, the 307 of Stacy Elmore, and the 39 of the high side banger, Patrick Spangler.
Yeah, unlike Patrick to not go out there and qualify, you got to wonder if maybe he was YouTube watching, realized we were running a little bit behind, and maybe didn't realize they went to qualifying, as that may have cost that 39.
Oh, hang on, Dino. Thought for a moment he was going to wheelie into Connor Ross. That would not have been good.
Is that a new paint job for Patrick, or is that just a new one for me? Remember
Patrick,
that white one?
I think that was there. That's been there for a few weeks now, I think.
Okay. Now Dino there. With that EOL, who was that? McLaren is going to be big for Dino.
Set to take the green flag here for heat race number 2. Or excuse me, heat race number 3. Dean Reynolds trying to slide job his body Connor Ross. Oh no, hang on Dino. Spangler up in the air. And both of them go around. And we pretty much have your 4 drivers already set for the feature. Meanwhile, for the lead, Chad Griggs looks on Connor Ross. That doesn't work.
Yeah, Connor's got a mirror full right now, that 27. We know how fast Chad is, but Connor, man, when he keeps that car on all 4 wheels, that kid has some speed too.
3 wide. Dan McLaren wants to make this a 3-man tangle. Stacy Elmore also in this battle too. Man, look at McLaren on the bottom. 1984 that last lap. Everyone else 20s and above. Through to second. Through for the lead goes Soupy McLaren. He wants the Kmart 2-for-1 discount.
Yeah, Dan's showing it's not easy to do, but if you can go down there and hit that thin groove, it's still fast on the bottom. Now Chad's going to go try it out.
Yeah, Chad saw, wants to use it to his advantage through the slider from hell on the 88. McLaren, though, with a beautiful crisscross. Connor Ross tries to follow him. Chad Griggs gets yeeted out of the way, but finds a way to save it.
Yeah, racing deal. Connor thought he'd go up top and go for the crossover, and he wanted to send it in on him, but Chad was there in the middle, and no harm, no foul. They both keep rolling.
Man, I tell you something. Chad is going for the Hail Marys already with how much he is sending it into each corner. He's got a left front on the grass. 3 to go here.
The front two running different lines through 1 and 2. Both, running about the same lap time. So both working real racy track right now.
2 laps to go. The good race for third as well. Stacy Elmore around the outside of Connor Ross. Ross cuts his line off for now. Still 2 car lengths between McLaren and Griggs. This isn't over yet, Zach.
Oh no, coming to the white flag here. I mean, he's still within striking distance. Chad needs to make a big move here.
Griggs was better by over a tenth that last time by. What does Griggs do here in the 88? Does McLaren slide him? He cannot. Griggs tries as much as he can, throwing the kitchen sink, but Dan McLaren takes the win in heat race number 3. Griggs second, Ross third, Elmore fourth, Spangler fifth, and Reynolds sixth. One more heat race left to go. Here's the starting lineup. Jack Clevenger and the Desert Demon, Terry Landis on the front row. Row number 2, it's Ross Corinna, the boss in the 10, and the Pink Panther, Jesse Atkinson. Final row tonight, Barry Gollner, he's in car 36, and the Money King, Kyle Moonen, in the 24. Zach, I'm going to be right back real quick. Just going to grab something.
Yep, no problem.
I'll be back before the green.
No Moonen to grid here. So Kyle Moonen is going to have to go through this B main, or he's going to have to jump in the car real quick and hope for some misfortunes. But look at that. The Pink Panther is back in a pink car. You got to love it. Got the Panther on there. Oh, man. Jesse Atkinson. Love it. Love it, man. Just going on with it. I went on with the Shaggy thing. You can't necessarily come up with your own nickname. It's got to be given to you.
Back in time. Here they come off of turn 4. Clevenger and the Desert Demon. Ready to bring us to green. Underway for Heat 4. Good start for Clevenger. Immediately slides up on Terry Landis. Jesse Atkinson testing the top out. Barely any room. But look at Ross Corinna. Already up to the race lead, wasting no time.
Took that Dan McLaren line through 1 and 2 and got them both going down the backstretch like they were sitting still, man. The boss came to play.
Corinna already on boss mode, and it's just lap number 2. Acknowledge him. We watch the race for second between Clevenger and Terry Landis. Ooh, look out! Clevenger biked it not once but twice. Atkinson threads the needle. He's up to second.
Yeah, Terry Landis gets to follow him on by too, and he's still battling Jesse pretty hard. Gets a little sideways though in 1 and 2, loses a lot of momentum.
Landis with an opportunity to strike for second. This is a guy that loves those long tracks. That's for sure.
Yeah, and any track where he can find a little cushion there on the bottom and rip that low line, he loves putting that left rear in the dirt. And might put it in the grass here a little later. Man, Terry thought about throwing that slider, but Terry just doesn't have that bone in his body, man. Too nice, that 161.
Halfway home, 4 up and 4 down. Meanwhile, it's still Corinna out in front. 1.4 seconds the lead on Jesse Atkinson. I think that's the biggest lead we've seen someone have in a heat race tonight.
Yeah, and it's just a shame for Ross starting third. Heat number 3, excuse me. This is arguably the worst heat of the night that you want to win. Nobody wants to start inside row number 2, but maybe with the way Ross hooked up in 1 and 2, maybe I'm eating my words. Maybe I take that back, Marty.
2 to go this time by, and Atkinson's actually chowed the lead down just a bit, under a second. Did Jesse save something in the Pink Panther tank?
Yeah, you got to wonder if that's Ross maybe experimenting a little too much, or if maybe Jesse just throwing things at it and finding a dart that sticks, and maybe he found something, but white flag in the air.
Quickest lap for X in 1974. He's cut the lead in half to a half second, but will be too late. If this were a 10-lap heat, he would have something for the boss, Ross Corinna. Through turns number 3 and 4. The boss picks up the win in our final heat race of the night. Atkinson second, Landis third, Clevenger fourth. They're in the show. Barry Goldner fifth. No call from Kyle Moonen. So now move on to the last chance showdown. Top 8 in the show. Here's how they line up. Brad Waite starts on pole position, the 814. Next to him, it's Bob DeGood in car number 7. Row number 2, the high side banger, Patrick Spangler in the 39 and Barry Goldner in the 36. Row number 3, Brian Moore Sr. in the 558 and Brian Moore Jr. in the 09. Row 4, Dean Reynolds in the 79 and the Money King Kyle Moonen in the 24. Final row tonight, Stephen Goldner, he's in the 30, and Gentleman Jack Hitt in the 217.
Still no Kyle Moonen to the grid, so he may not be running tonight. So here we go. So gonna send one home, I guess, with Moonen not making the grid here. So
all right, so pretty much don't finish last.
yeah.
Or as I like to call it when off the mic, don't bleep up.
Yep. Amen. Don't step on it here.
Winner tonight starts in the 17th. We'll focus on the final car in after lap 1. Green flag waves for the B main. Good jump from Brad Waite. DeGood stuck a second. Spangler off the pace off in turn number 2. And Spangler down in last. Oh my goodness. And Stephen Goldner, the last car in, Zach.
Yeah, you know, that's what I was just about to say. If anybody can climb that hill, it's Spangler, but man, the right front, can't tell if it looks a little damaged there or not, or if he's just fighting a loose race car coming off, but that 39's got his hands full.
Imagine if he doesn't make the show. Yeah, he's got him rolling now underneath Stephen Goldner for 8th.
Imagine if he doesn't make the show.
Yeah, one of those two at least. I think we've seen Stephen not make the show in the past.
Man, you know, and not throwing the weight here at Steven, but normally it's with a mistake. Here it's on merit. He's just struggling in that 30 car right now.
Spangler up to the 8th position. Remember, it's been a while since these Renegade drivers have gotten the chance to race at USA. So maybe some of the drivers have older setups in, possibly. But you can't have the older setups in. So right now, this is very shocking to see the 39 where he is at right now. The Spangler underneath on Jack Hitt for 7th.
And, you know, Barry running there in front of his son, too. So Barry, he's got to be smart. He's about to be in the middle of a sandwich.
Oh, boy! Steven just went for 2 for 1. Spangler underneath the 36, and now both of them in the show. So right now, Barry, the only driver out of this one, along with Kyle Moonen. We're halfway home here in this B main. Now you just can't wreck or you're likely out of it.
Yeah, Patrick got awarded his one mistake. He's got a mistake-free race here the rest of the way.
Good battle for 3rd here. Dean Reynolds, Brian Moore Jr. Oh, man, I get so nervous when I see all these drivers next to each other, and it's been a clean B main so far. Oh, this is going to get interesting here in these final 3 laps.
Yeah, and this is where, you're trying to just calm your guys down if you're in the Discord.
I know Bob the Good laid down a 2017 quickest lap anyone's run in the Speedman. He's up to 4th. Barry Goldner now 3/10 behind Steven. Well, from what we know right now, Goldner's going to get eliminated, but which one? Very low on Steven, the 36 back in the show with 2 to go.
Man, you gotta wonder what is going on with that 30. He's gotta be frustrated. He can't be happy with the car he's driving.
But Steven back low. He now takes the spot for the 36. Who is going to make the show? One more lap remaining here. Brad Waits dominated this one. Patrick Spangler just laid down the quickest lap after a rough start to this one. But now we watch the race for the final spot in. Barry or Steven Goldner. It's Barry by a car length. Steven's got to fight it back badly. Here they come through turns 3 and 4. Barry Goldner, is he in? Yes, he is. Steven Goldner goes home. 2 Vanderbilt cars out of it. This is like watching Alonso at McLaren in 2019. I did not see that coming one bit. Well, we're going to step aside and go to break. When we come back, feature time on Coast to Coast Racing Network. Raceway, they're lean, they're mean, they're 700. Time for another edition of RSN Trackside, powered by Bob Johnson Auto Group on Rock Sports Network. Kiss on the champion, trying to be a bit of a
hiatus. So let's get. Tonight when we talked about it.
Continuing on here with action, as Blake Chapman is the quickest in warm-ups, 2036. John Short second, 2042. Ryder McCutcheon third, 2049. Ross Corona fourth, 2054. Jesse Bandy fifth, 2055. How impressive is it to still see McCutcheon this fast in a Renegade?
I'm at a loss for words, Marty. This is crazy. I'm serious. It's Lane Snook 2.0, and I don't know anybody out there in Coast to Coast. You still follow the kid, but now he's tearing up the PA limited late model circuit. So I know Ryder here. We got to ask him if he gets to the podium again. I'm pretty sure he runs something in real life. I'd love to know what he drives.
Yeah. Same here. So we are set for feature time here tonight. 35 laps. Let's meet the field and give you your RSN trackside starting lineup. On the pole, the Vanderbilt master, Jesse Bandy in the 49. And next to him, it's Rick Mayne in the 187. Row number 2, Dan McLaren in the number 88. and Ross Carina in the 10. Row number 3, the Salesman, Blake Chapman in the 20, and the Macho Man, Tyler Wilson in the 42. Row 4, Chad Griggs in the 27, and the Pink Panther, Jesse Exon in the 127. Rounded out the top 10, Ryder McCutcheon in the 128 and the 51 of John Short. And in row 6, Canada Connor Ross in the 35, and Terry Landis, the Desert Demon in the 161. Row number 7, the Jet Plane, J.J. Odell in the 38, and the Bird to Beast, Jeff Barker in the 513. Row number 8, Stacy Elmore in the 307, and Jack Clevenger in car 78. Row 9, B-Rad Wait in the 814, and Brian Moore Sr. in the 558. And in row number 10, Dean Reynolds in the 79, and Brian Moore Jr. in the 09. Row number 11, Gentleman Jack Hitt, he is in the 217, and the high side banger, Patrick Spangler in the 39. Final row for tonight, it's Bob DeGuer in the 7 and Barry Goldner in the 36. All right, picks to win. Zach, who do you got? All right, you want Ryder? Guess what? What time is it, Zach? It's high noon. Rick Main for the win. Alrighty, where else would you rather be than right here, right now? From coast to coast, it's showtime in Lakeland, Florida. Oh, look out, Chad Griggs spins in front of McCutcheon. Barker, Landis involved. Deck, what the hell, man? I'm saying what the hell, because he jinxed him. I mean, it doesn't look bad. Looking at McCutcheon's car, I think I see some bumper bar damage on his rod. Yeah. Curled in. I don't know how bad that's going to do. He's going to bring it into the pits, so he's going to take the back to front challenge here, possibly.
And I just realized there, Marty, you've been hearing me this whole time, but guess who forgot to unmute themselves on Streamlabs?
Oh my, Zach,
Shaggy
are you
did.
serious?
So, yep.
Are you serious,
So this
Zach?
feature, you've been talking to a ghost here.
Jeez.
And I actually just got a message from Mrs. Chapman there telling me the same thing that I figured out right as I said it. That's hilarious. Now Blake, he got 2 spots there. That opening lap, finds himself P3. Gotta be liking what he sees here.
So lights are off, going green this time by in single file as we did not complete a lap. Set to come back to the green flag. Nice jump for Bandy, who holds serve down on the bottom. Here comes Chapman underneath on Rick Main as he looks for second. Main hooking it up on the cushion. Can he get that to work? Kisses the wall. Almost had second at the line there, Zach.
Yeah, but Blake just finding that tack there going down the front stretch. There's still so much grip, and you can really hammer yourself out of the corner. That's why they're having success on the bottom right now, but that's going to start to fade.
And now Ross Carino moves his way up to third. How about Connor Ross, by the way? If he gets past Jesse Axon, that'll be his 5th position he has gained.
Yeah, Shorty up there says, hey, wait, what about me here? I'm getting that thing together. He's coming back on a charge.
Also have Brad Waite in 10th. He's up 7 at the moment. Let's go to the race for second still. Oh, look out, Bandy! Correct, the top 3 all get together. Have an end over end.
No caution.
And a huge wreck with Tyler Wilson kick flipping. And now we go yellow. Oh, and Griggs gets collected as well. What in the world?
Yeah, let's go. Let's try to go back. Let's try to diagnose the Blake Chapman one here first.
That was crazy.
Oh, so Bandy gets loose on the bottom, gets into Ross, comes back down, slaps Blake. Blake goes for a heck of a ride.
What a wheelie.
And then who do we have in this other one? Tyler Wilson, I believe.
So
Oh, yeah, Ross Corinna had a wounded race car, came back up the track, and the Macho Man with nowhere to go.
So much craziness in that accident. So I believe your race leader, and we come to the green flag, will be Rick Mayne in that 187.
Yeah, and you know, Marty, here I am. I'm probably going to jinx him again. But now, all of a sudden, Ryder McCutcheon, he just made the move that a mature 50-year-old would make. Hey, it's a long race. I'm going to come in here and repair this thing. Anything can happen. Now look at all the top dogs that just wiped out and are behind you again. So it makes that charge that much easier.
And he just had the quickest lap of the race, too, at a 20.83. Keep that in mind.
Man, that's really, though, gotta feel for Blake here. He was minding his own business down there, thought he was low enough, and then just gets caught up in kind of that mess in front of him. Tough deal for the salesman.
How about as well Brad Waite? We talked about him moments ago. He's already up 12 spots, and he's in 5th. And we're only on lap 5.
Yeah, up 12 spots. My. He had a couple guys, wad out in front of him, but we've seen here he was getting a run there on Connor Ross after John Short got around him, so Brad definitely has some speed. Leaders choosing the bottom here, so advantage to those guys on the bottom.
Mayne and Atkinson, row 1. Short and Ross, row 2. Waite, Odell, row 3. Elmore, Clevenger, row 4. Senior and Reynolds round out the top 10. Mayne, the control car, select to the bottom. Back to green, here we go. Short, looking for second on Atkinson. Oh my, we were nearly 4 wide for the 4th position. In the corner, everyone found a way to keep it straight without any contact. And Short still looking for second on the Pink Panther. Connor kisses the wall. Allows Brad Waite to move up to 4th, up 13. Meanwhile, Atkinson all over the tail tank of Mayne for the lead. Lurks low. Atkinson, slide job on a Pink Panther. Puts her out in front. Mayne tries to counter it back, but he can't. But he does here in 1 and 2. Beautiful entry from Mayne, and he puts the 187 back out to the lead.
Man, I know they say for animals, if it's brown, lay down. If it's black, fight back. But what do you do when a pink panther goes around you, Marty?
That is a good question. When a pink panther goes around you, you better be thinking to yourselves, oh, crap. That was a 2097, by the way, from Atkinson. Move him out to the front of the field. Let's look at some other racing. Connor Ross, J.P. Odell, that's the battle for 6. How about Brian Moore Sr.? He's up 13. Trouble, Ross Corinna, yellow flag is out. That thing appears to be flipped with the top wing gone for a moment.
We'll have to go back and see if we can find a replay of that, but that's going to be Ross's second wreck of the night here, Marty. I think that may do him in.
There was contact with Dan McLaren, and yeah, I think that is going to do it for Ross. That has. So Corinna, our second DNF of the night.
And broke the left front and lost the wing there at the end to add insult to injury. Anxious to see here when this cycles out. I know Brad Waite was a big mover, but like you were mentioning, Brian Moore Sr., he's up 13 spots. Patrick Spangler, he's up to 8th, 14 spots for the high side banger, so keep an eye there. He rolls by in that 39.
There have been a lot of huge movers here so far tonight.
And, you know, Ryder, the kid there, 2 spots behind Patrick, able to work his way back up, so he's just got the fishing pole hooked onto that 39, trying to follow him through the field. But one more time around here.
Be lap number 10 when we come back to green. Atkinson in main, row 1. Short weight, row 2. Senior and Ross, row 3. Odell, Spangler, row 4. Hitt and McCutcheon round out the top 10. Remember, a 35-lap feature here tonight. Team King Foundation pace truck on pit road. Atkinson back up through the gears. Here we go. Bad jump for Rick Main. Let's see if this is allowed Short to go for second. Maybe even more Senior to go for fourth on the 814. Short sends it. Keeps Main the high side. A lot of cars moving around. We still watch Ross and Moore Senior for fifth. And how about the man in that 39, Spangler, from the B main to 6th. He's on a charge deck.
He's banging down that wall, Marty. He's at home up there.
A lot of our B main drivers up throughout the field in 4th through 6th. And look at McCutcheon. He's an 8th, about to pass Connor Ross. Easily for 7th. Main off the pace, the 187. What a save by him.
Yeah, big save. I thought for a moment maybe left the heat setup in, ran out of gas, but he's still rolling.
I thought I just saw Brad Waite do a wheelie for a moment. Oh, contact between McCutcheon and Spangler. Oh, the 128 in the wall. He found a way to hang on to it. Down to 8th. Blake Chapman's rebounded meanwhile. Oh, McCutcheon in big trouble. Loses another spot. Oh, no. That's Moore Sr. up in the catch fence. Connor's involved. Blake Chapman. Wow.
Yeah, let's go back. Let's see if we can figure out what happened here, Marty.
I think it all started with this 558.
Yeah, just climbs.
There was another accident. There were 2 separate X's. Holy moly. McLaren and Wilson got together off for turn number 4.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we can see that in the back of the screen. We're going to have to go look at that.
Then I brought up senior 2. Got loose off for 4, rode the fence. Catches hit Ross. Man, oh man. I need to watch the 187s on. Not the 187, McCutcheon, the 128.
Yeah, the seas parted for him through that, didn't they? It was quite wild. Here, let's go take a look at that. See, didn't go back far enough, of course. Let's go here. See, he gets into the wall.
Big misses.
Getting into the wall arguably saved him because it's Connor Ross that gets into Brian Moore Sr. and then, you know, he follows it through. So a little misfortune turns out to be good luck for the kid as he just hopes he didn't damage that right front. We'll have to try to take a look at that thing. He did get in the wall pretty hard. But Patrick Spangler, he's up there in that final podium spot, Marty, up 19 spots, the high side banger. And look how many laps are left. Man, oh man.
A lot of racing left to go. And Spangler's up 19. Heck, we had our hard charger win the dang feature in the Rebels, which was McCutcheon. And now we could see Spangler possibly do it.
Yeah, and you know, let alone it happen once at a track like this at USA where it's really hard to pass. But man, if it happens twice, man, I'd have to call Guinness.
I'll bring the beer, okay?
Sounds good.
Single file restarts for the rest of this race. Atkinson still your leader, Short second. Spangler third, Waite fourth, Main fifth, McCutcheon sixth, Odell seventh, Elmore eighth, Reynolds ninth, and Moore Jr. rounds out the top 10.
Now Jesse and Pat, yeah, that's Training Wheels Racing, so they're teammates. So this might be advantage to Patrick if he counts down this start for him.
Remember, cannot pass though until go across the start-finish line as we are back to green. Oh my, eye is very tight there between Waite, Spangler, and Short in the battle for the runner-up position. Spangler low. Fly job by the high side banger, and he is up 20 spots to second. Short down to third. Here's the race for fourth. Main against Waite looking to do damage.
Yeah, Maine really getting that thing to hook up in the slick up top. We've been seeing other drivers struggle, but master of the throttle control there is at 187.
They're still all over that tail team of Mexico. Oh, Maine and Short get together in front of Brad Waite. Caution flag waves. Clevenger also collected. The battle for second goes wrong again.
Man, oh man. Looked like Shorty got some help in that one, Marty.
Should say the battle for third correction.
Now let's go to this Chapman Racing drone camera here. We'll slow it down. Actually, it looked like Shorty, man, maybe he was just a little bit high there. Came down after getting loose in the wall. And I mean, Rick's got every much right to that space as Shorty does. And yeah, John kind of comes down. Brad Waite involved. Hopefully Brad Waite doesn't have a lot of damage. Brad Waite, he definitely hit him pretty hard there, so I would be shocked if that thing is still driving the same as it was a couple laps ago. Now those TWR teammates, 1-2.
So Brad White holds on to his position in third despite being involved in the caution flag. And look who is up to fourth. Now, McCutcheon's in fifth, but we have yet to talk about J.J. Odell. The jet plane is up to P4. And you also got Dean Reynolds in sixth, too. A lot of drivers with some really good runs, taking advantage of some front runner mishaps.
Yep, and when you don't have the best starting spot, that's just what you got to do. You got to take advantage, make sure you miss the accidents, and he's done exactly that. Pretty clean race car for JJ so far.
Under 20 to go here in this feature. Another good jump from Atkinson. Wait, low for the silver medal spot.
Oh, someone around.
Third. Yellow is out. I believe that is Elmore. That it was. I was saying that just as both Odell and McCutcheon were looking for third. Ooh, just a hook by Jeff Barker.
Yeah, the slightest of contact, but man, it was enough. Just came under him at that angle and floated up. And like you said, Marty hooked him.
We'll count another lap with the same order minus Elmore. So while we are under the caution flag once again, I think this gives us a chance to take a look at the schedule for the rest of this week and next week. While we are out of the lights still on. Tomorrow night, retread Tuesdays with 360s at Lernerville and pickup trucks at Charlotte. Wednesday nights, the hometown heroes at Volusia Speedway Park for the 360s and 4 tons. Both those you can see on, all those you can see on Shaggy TV. Thursday, I'll be back with you for Thursday Night Thunder. Brought to you by Amity Construction and Justified Motorsports at Lernerville Speedway. Get the fall off count ready. And then the next Monday, on Monday Night Madness, we are at Kokomo. A little place called Kokomo for the Rebels and Renegades. You may want to get your ass there to Kokomo next week.
That's where we want to go, Marty. Way down in Kokomo. You got to think, man, 10:30 Eastern time, it's a late night for these boys. We're normally not still in the car, and we got about halfway to go, so hopefully they didn't work too hard at work today. Exhaustion don't set in.
Well, let's see what Jesse X do on this restart. He has led the most laps so far today. It has been a caution-filled night. We're glad he could stay up late with us, that's for sure. Bangler underneath for the lead on his teammate.
Yeah, JJ.
Meanwhile, McCutcheon passed Odell for fourth.
Yeah, Odell pulled a wheelie there on the restart, and McCutcheon got around him pretty early here.
Oh, hang on! Rider in the wall.
Yeah, I think he reacted to that slide job there, and that's where you got to just kind of focus on yourself there. Just worry about your own race car. You're fast. Go around.
Spangler underneath, but it may not count. Moore Sr., Mandy, Main, Griggs, Clevenger, all involved. The pass counted. Bangler, the leader, he led the last completed green flag lap.
So they enter into turn 1 3 wide. Brian and Terry are bumping down the whole straightaway. Brian goes around. Jack hit, nowhere to go. Hits him hard. Bandy tries to go around the outside. Gets into his right rear. Man.
Bandy took a wild ride there. So Spangler did lead over Atkinson. Made the pass in turn 4.
Man, he went from the back to the front in a little over half the laps here. And then he gives us a wheelie. Look at him. He's just the showman.
He's the OG.
So after he wins a race, Marty, how quick does he update the points?
Probably quick, because he's probably excited.
I would too. That'd be the first thing I'd do. Well, I'd yell back to my wife that I just won, with my mic muted, of course. And then I'd do those points. And if you're Patrick, you know, I mean, obviously Jesse here, he wants to win just as bad as Patrick does, but you got to feel a little comfort knowing that, you know, you got your teammate behind you. You don't expect any big power move here. You guys probably work together here. Make sure you both finish 1-2. Hopefully the final restart of the night here. 7 cautions.
Been a long one tonight, that's for sure. Here we go, back to green with Spangler. With Spangler now in command, up 21. McCutcheon trying to get past Dino for 4th. Oh, McCutcheon in the back of Odell. We stay green, and look at Junior in the midst of all this. Up in the 5th spot. This is a smorgasbord in the corner. Man, that is tight. How about Jeff Barker in this? Racing for 6th. Barker started back in the 14th position. He's having a great run that 5:13 ride. Terry Landis, hard of the wall. Right front's gone. Right front's gone on the 161. But somehow it's in the wall, keeps it straight. Gonna have to get this car down low. That he does. He's even gonna get back into the pits though.
Yeah, this
that he will. We stay green.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough to make that left-hand turn here. He does it.
Brad Waite with company for the bottom step of the podium by Dean Reynolds. The 3 drivers here have been near each other all night from the back to the front. Dino for 3rd. He has it at the line. He started 19th tonight. How about this? 4 of the drivers in the top 5, Zach, all ran in the B main.
Unbelievable. You know, it just shows how vicious it was up front here tonight.
Dean Reynolds back in that 3rd position, highest he's been tonight. Jack Hitt looking for 8th on Ryder McCutcheon. Now, has Ryder possibly used up the right rear tire, possibly? Because he's lost some ground.
Yeah, I mean, he's gotten in the wall a couple times. That kid's really letting it eat up there. I mean, he's had to have used up a lot of what he had.
Brian Moore Jr., J.J. Odell trying to get into the equation for a top 5 spot here with 9 laps to go.
Gonna look low here on Brad Waite, but he's gonna keep it down there. Not gonna try to slide up as of now.
That doesn't work. Too close to call off the line. It was Moore Jr. barely
Caution.
as the yellow flies.
Jack Clevenger.
Jack Clevenger and John Short, and the 51 is on its noggin. Rick Main is also involved.
Yeah, Shorty just tried to throw a slider, and well, Jack Clevenger was home.
Jack's not going to be too pleased at that for sure. Barry Goldner also collected two. Okay, that was strange as Rick Main was trying to avoid it. He looped it all by himself.
Man, he's got the 5-hour energy. We need to bring them on board here, get them to sponsor the booth. Nights like this. There aren't many drivers out there happy about a caution right now. I bet you the only one there is that guy in the 79, Dean Reynolds. He's finally able to get up to third, and yeah, now that gap will get trimmed. So he's been quick, Marty. I'm not saying he's as quick as Patrick, but he might have something there for that middle step.
Yeah, Dean's looked pretty well all night long, and same with Brian Moore Jr. Each up 16 spots tonight. Get ready for this restart again.
The lights are off, so be going green.
Seven laps to go in our feature tonight. Likely going to be a great ending to this one. Spangler holds serve. Atkinson underneath. Dino up the hill he goes. Brian Moore Jr. looking for third. Six to go for Spangler. Couple of good races on track. Trouble, McCutcheon around with Wilson. The chances for a really good finish in his first Renegade start for McCutcheon is over. But I gotta tell you what, that kid is had a phenomenal night.
Yeah, I mean, we're privy to some chats. A lot of guys are talking about him. He's going to be the real deal. Not his night tonight, but he's got a good C2C career ahead of him if he can keep his head on straight.
Everyone, those two just way too close with Bob D. Good.
Yeah, Ryder just gets loose down there on the bottom, comes up, gets into Bob and Tyler, and well, like you said, that's going to do it in for the kid here tonight, but hell of a showing.
Absolutely. So, looking at a couple of things here, obviously. We know Patrick Spangler very good in the Renegades, trying to go 2 for 2, begin the season. That's something to keep your eye on there.
Yeah, and you know, with the misfortune that we've seen some of the big names have, you know, you keep climbing yourself into this podium, Dino, you might find yourself in championship talks here at the end of the season. I know it's a long way to go, but that's how you do it. Consistency wins championships.
Next up, Jesse Atkinson. Taking a look at him right now. Atkinson with 1 career win in Monday Night Madness. That came at Fallujah a couple weeks ago. That was our season finale in August, I believe it was. August 21st. Nope, that was August 21st, 2023. I apologize. Then that's for Dino. His best finish ever in Renegades. 2nd at Eldora. Back on July 1st. Love to get his 2nd ever podium.
Yeah, he's a smart man, though. He knows he's got to be smart. Can't get too aggressive.
Will they make it to the end? They got 15 minutes left to finish this race, by the way.
Uh-oh.
Just throwing it out there. There is a time limit at 50 minutes. We're 36 minutes in. Atkinson again trying for the lead. Moore Jr. looks for 3rd on Dean Reynolds. That is tight for the bottom step of the podium. Moore Jr. trying to use the grass. Oh my goodness gracious! Jeff Barker with a hellacious tattooed shot. Watch this impact by the 513. The steering just broke.
Yeah, he just shot right down into the inside wall. Not too sure what happened
I think that's a controller issue.
And wild ride.
Yeah, the wheel all of a sudden just started shaking.
Yeah,
a lot.
and you want to know how you know it's a controller issue, Marty? He's still sitting there. Something disconnected for him, so he may end up having to just shut the computer off. Not too sure what's going on.
Now, I know Barker... Now, I don't know Barker's personal life, but I know, like, when it comes to pets, I do know he lost Sunday. Does he have another cat?
I think he did get a new cat. Oh, man, my dog's gotten me before, Marty.
I wonder if it's I wonder if there's another pet issue. Have to iRacing train him.
Yes, he's still sitting there, so driver's going to have to go low here to avoid him. Hopefully they get that figured out, or it'll keep auto-cautioning, I think, here, Marty.
May need to click. May need to utilize the mouse. The mouse is could be all the interfaces broken.
Yeah, he runs in VR, so tough to tell. There he goes.
I think he actually quit iRacing. Yeah, he did.
Yep, sometimes technical stuff can go wrong in the computer world, that's for sure. One more time around here, we're going back green. 10 cautions.
Alrighty. Another lap off the board. 4 to go here at USA. Atkinson again trying everything he can do. I think at this point it's best for him to just use the outside and try and follow Spangler.
Yeah, unless he doesn't mind losing second to Dino, because Dino's quick. If he opens that door, he'll take it.
Still single file amongst the front 5. 3 to go for Patrick Spangler. The gap 0.3 of a second over his teammate. Looking to start the season 2 for 2. Moore Jr. still trying everything to get 3rd. Atkinson sideways. Still on that left rear of Patrick Spangler for the race lead. This is far from over. And Spangler bobbles. Here comes the Pink Panther. Spangler the wall. Atkinson leads with 2 to go.
Dino following him by. Here comes that 79.
Dino looking for his first win. Spangler sends it. Reps the lip ball for 2. Atkinson hangs on to the race lead. It's going to be the longest 1.5 miles of Atkinson's career. Dino is up to 2nd. off for 4. White flag waves around the last lap. Atkinson looking for his first Renegades win in over a year, but it's not over yet. Spangler may try to send it. Yes, they're teammates, but it's all for the win at the end. Here they come through 3 and 4. Spangler can't do anything about it. Jesse Atkinson takes advantage of a mistake. Checkered flag wins at USA.
All those cautions wore on the 39, and he made one mistake, and the Pink Panther stole this one, Marty. Big win there for Jesse.
Oh, baby. What? We were treated to a dandy of a finish, that's for sure. Spangler up 20. Yeah, do that donut, Pink Panther. Spangler up 20. Moore Jr. up 17. Dino up 15. Waite up 12. Hit up 15. Oh, my goodness. So many darn good finishers to this one tonight.
Yeah, and a lot of the big names, man, not in that top 10, not even necessarily in that top 20. So Blake Chapman, he's going to have to write this one off. Ross Corinna's going to have to write this one off. Jesse Bandy, I mean, a lot of guys, it's going to have to be a drop week.
Absolutely. This is a race a lot of drivers will love to forget. USA bit a lot of people in the rear, that's for sure. So, all right, I think we're going to begin with our podium finishers. And we're going to begin with our third place finisher in Brian Moore Jr. while Atkinson's going to do a Polish victory lap here. Brian Moore Jr. finishing third. Brian, how much fun were those final laps in trying to take that spot away from Dean?
Oh, this whole night was fun, just trying to get around that bottom like I was in 1 and 2. It seemed like I was basically doing the same thing I was in the last race, except the middle in 3 and 4. I wish I could get up there on the top, but I hadn't been up there all night long, and I didn't want to blow once I got inside the top 5, don't want to blow a top 5 trying to figure it out. So I stuck to what I knew and stayed on it until it paid off.
Is it tough trying to utilize the bottom, especially when you got that big lip of grass there?
It is, and it really has to do with rotation, the way the car just rotates around the corner. And I tell you what, I learned how to run the bottom in a 410, and it makes it a little easier, and it's just a little more momentum to do it like this in the 360s. The 410 has the muscle to pull it off of the bottom and take it, even if you have to wiggle your way down there to get there. It'll take off at the bottom. And this, you kind of got to work your way to it and then take off.
Who do you want to give shout outs to on the run?
Dad for running with me all the time and practicing and putting in the time with me, and Rick, Uncle Rick.
Well, great job. Oh, go ahead.
That's really about it.
All right, man. Well, great job tonight. Congrats on the podium, and best of luck next week.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Junior finishing third. This man's going to be heartbroken, but Zach, we're going to let you take this one. Patrick Spangler finishing second.
Well, Patrick, man, first things first, all those cautions, did they finally wear on you? Was that enough there? One mistake on the restart?
Yeah, Jesse got a really good start, and he found something at the end, too, that I didn't, and I knew he was getting runs on me, and then I just jumped the cushion forward that one time, got in the wall, and I didn't want to take everybody else out, so I just slowed down. I was able to get back past Dean, but Jesse, he found something in the middle there at the end.
Yeah, I know you're running points, so all in all, you're going to take this, you're going to be happy with it. But does it feel a little better, or does it hurt a little worse whenever your teammate edges you out like that at the end?
No, a lot of the guys, a lot of the front runners on points had terrible nights tonight. I had Jesse 0x. He's the only one that filled 0x. So for him to pass me there at the end when this is the only dirt league he runs, I mean, you couldn't be a nicer guy. So no, he earned that win, and that was a heck of a race he had. Tyler had some unfortunate luck. I missed qualifying, but able to get back to the front.
I knew it. I said that on the broadcast. You're one of those, you like to watch the broadcast, and when they start qualifying before we fire up, You're one of those ones that might miss it. But hey, man, you're able to advance, finishing P2 to your teammate. It's got to be pretty good when, like you said, all those guys, Blake, Shorty, Bandy, all had a lot of trouble tonight. So good points night for that 39, man. Who you want to thank?
Just you and Marty for surviving the 4.5 hours of USA.
It's 3.5 for me.
3.5, so endurance race for you guys. Roger for running the league, Triangle Racing, D&T Designs, Velocity Race Designs, and Dad and Uncle for watching.
Well, hell of a job, Patrick, and this won't be the last time we talk to you this season. Good luck, man.
Thanks.
Patrick Spangler, our runner-up finisher here for tonight. Now we go to victory lane. The Pink Panther, Jesse Exon, got to be really excited about this one. Jesse, man, you had to take advantage of that without question. How hard was that race?
That was, well, I'll start off by saying my room temperature is 82 degrees, if that gives off,
Oh, boy.
how much I was sweating here. But, qualified really good, heat race, had a couple blunders first 2 laps, and then all of a sudden I was like, man, this is a good setup. This is the one. And then warm-ups come along. I think I set 20th, in the warm-ups, so I made a split decision to just tweak the setup a little bit and hope for the best, and it worked out really well in my favor, I think.
It definitely did. Man, oh man, what were you thinking in those final 2 laps? Because obviously this is a long track, and Spangler's really good here, as we could tell.
I know, yeah, that was he started 20th, and by lap I think 15-20, I noticed he's on 3rd. I was like, how in the world? But he got up there, he passed me fair and square. And then I got up there in the top, just didn't work too well for me, so went back down to the middle there, 1 and 2. Had some really good drive off that corner, and I needed just a couple laps to make a move, and I got those final few laps there at the end and did just that.
Well deserved. Next week, we got a good one coming up here. I believe I had the schedule here for a moment. I think I lost it. Nope, I got it. Kokomo, how do you feel going on in?
I like Kokomo. Kokomo's a pretty good track for me, pretty technical. That's typically what I do best at. So hopefully we can bring some of this energy back into there. I think I'll have to, I went back to my roots for this one. It was an older track, so I had to bring out, the OG Pink Panther scheme, but I think I might lay it to rest and make it 1-for-1 for the year on wins. So,
who do you want to give shout outs to?
Gotta thank everybody at TWR, Patrick and Tyler. Obviously they're pretty amazing, so it's always fun to race with them. Gotta thank Ager Esports for Cloak Media. Gotta thank you guys for putting on the broadcast. We'll definitely be watching this one back. Gotta thank everybody, all the admins over at Coast to Coast for putting these races on for us. It's always a blast, and gotta thank myself for not let's see, I wasn't on the outside that much. Gotta thank myself for not putting the nose into the inside wall there. That definitely helps, and yeah.
Well, a great job all night long. Congratulations. Well deserved.
Appreciate it.
Jesse Atkinson takes the Renegades victory. Zach, final thoughts as we sign off here on the night.
Well, long night, but all in all, it treated to a pretty good finish there at the end. Jesse gets the steal one, and Patrick's got to go back to work and figure out how to rip that top a little better.
Absolutely. So with that being said, that is going to do it for us. Appreciate you spending your Monday night with us. On behalf of at the Coast to Coast Racing League, all the fine drivers and sponsors. From Roger Craig and his great group of fine talent. On behalf of Zach Chairman tonight, Marty Scala saying so long. Congratulations to your winners this evening. Anthony Morano in the Open 358s. Ryder McCutcheon in the Rebels. Jesse Exon in the Renegades. So long, everyone.